All right. Can people hear me, hopefully? Yeah, sorry, we had a couple issues. I shouldn't say we had a couple issues, because actually it's just me today. Adolfo's traveling. But okay, great. So it is working. Sorry about that. Just had to reboot a couple things, the usual, like potato computer and all that. But good, I think it's working now. So as you may notice, we don't have a co-host today. However, if there's anyone that's interested, feel free to let me know. Maybe we can, have a guest jump on for part of the stream or something like that. So yes, we definitely could use an emergency, kidneys or really any sort of organ transplant. Uh, yeah, if you happen to know of a kidneys that's available, we could totally make that work. Um, but maybe we'll get someone to jump on later. So, all right, we got a nice short stream today. About 60 cards to go through, but maybe the reason we always run long is the co-host. So maybe we'll make this work. Uh, well, could be a short stream, EVC. We'll see. I mean, maybe it's just the co-host that always makes us run long. That is possible. Uh, Not super likely, but you never know. So, all right, we do have a large set this time. So we have 55 new Future Legend cards. We also have a topper, kind of the new A-Rod. And then we have a few other cards that got released during the week. So, as usual, I think the plan is to try to go through and, kind of see what they look like, whether they're going to play, all of that. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Actually, I'm curious what people in chat thought, what your reactions were to the content this week. Um, yeah, sorry about that, EVC. We can try to. We should really try to work out the schedule better one of these times, I guess. The problem is always tough because I'm sort of looking for co-hosts, and it depends a little bit on everybody else's schedule. But maybe we'll finish early and we'll be able to raid into your stream. Hopefully that'll work out. Um, so, all right. Uh, yeah, so I see a couple comments, weaker than Future Legends 1, and I think that's my sense also, that really, I think the Future Legends sets would have been a lot more interesting if they were released in the opposite order. That this is a set that really would have been, a good fit for the timing Future Legends 1 was released, and then some of the FL2 stuff, if you released them right now, I think still would have been at a point where they were jumping into the meta and would have been really interesting cards. So, but maybe that'll kind of make more sense, kind of going through. It did feel like a little bit they were in the reverse order though. But all right, let's go through. So maybe we'll start with our first card here. I'm also probably really going to struggle with the pronunciations on a few of these because unfortunately they don't seem to be in the so Baseball Reference has a pronunciation guide that I found, which I've been using for a lot of these. But a lot of these prospects don't yet seem to be in there. I think maybe it's only after they reach the majors or something that they get added. So I'm gonna kind of be making it up as I go along. Please feel free to help. Actually, there's got to be an easy way to find this, right? Like a pronunciation guide for the prospects. I feel like there's got to be one. You just call him No Cap. All right. Well, Yidi Capi, Cappe maybe could be Italian. Except Yidi doesn't sound Italian. Well, Yidi Cappe. In any event, well, let's take a look at the card. So we have a third baseman here, 70 overall. So this is a card that is going to come for free in a silver floor cap. So that's one of the things we're going to want to look at probably and compare him to some of the other 70s. So I think probably the best way to look at it, kind of is to do that direct comparison. In fact, let me pull up directly what I should do if I were going to be smart with this is, hold on one sec, let me move this to a different window. This is going to make it much easier for the rest of the stream, I promise. Okay, that looks better. Pronounce them with Pig Latin. That could actually, yeah, this does sort of work with Pig Latin, doesn't it? Okay, so for Yiddy Cape, are we going to be interested in running him at third base first off as a free card? And I think even then, the answer probably is not quite. So we've gotten the bat, we've got some power, but we don't have a ton of defense, and we don't have a ton of eye. So it's really kind of a somewhat BABIP heavy card, which is going to be tough in the current meta. And there's actually an excellent option as well right now, not this Ned Williamson. This Ned Williamson is really an excellent third base option who also comes for free in a silver floor cap. So I would expect that we'd be more interested in running, this Ned with much better defense, a little more eye, but also all of this gap power, especially in early eras is gonna kind of mean a lot, but even in modern, just the better glove probably means we're much more interested in running Ned. Now, one thing we do get for Yiddy is we do get a little bit of shortstop ability. So if we thought that we were at all interested in running him as a two-position backup, and we were willing to run him, with this 73 range at short, then you might actually see a little bit more play for the card in, like in a silver floor. I think anything above a silver floor, then it's pretty clear that they're just going to be significantly better options. So, for example, even in low silver, we've seen people running Christian Hernandez at third, and in full silver there are going to be a bunch of better options. Third is actually someplace that we probably could use a better silver card. Like, none of the top third base silver cards is really a perfect fit. They all still kind of have a flaw, whether it's a lack of glove, like some people running Blauser there, or like the limited edition Todd Frazier. But yeah, so I think this one probably just have trouble seeing a place that we're going to play him. And I don't think we're drafting the card as a silver because there are too many other silver options. And I think even in low silver coming for free, I think there just quite isn't a good way to play him. So I think at least this one probably is just going to be an F tier card. It's one of the better F tier cards in the sense that it's not crazy if you're kind of looking for an excuse to play him for free. But I think even for free, you're probably going to be able to do better with Ned Williamson. And if you're willing to pay a point or two, then there start to be a lot of excellent options. So, all right. Next, we got Edgar Quero. Let's see. So he's listed as a catcher with 54 catcher ability. Really, we don't want to run him at catcher. But of course, the problem then is that if you're not going to run this card at catcher, now the bat really isn't going to be close to playing anywhere else. So I think it's clear we're not going to run this card, under most circumstances. We could go back and ask again about the silver floor cap. So are we willing to run this card if you just want a free catcher, where you're going to have a bat first catcher and just try to figure out how to do it? So right now there are 4 other catchers that are also exactly 70 overall. This is probably better than the 2 live catchers, but I think the one that's going to be best, also not an excellent option, given what's out there, but I think the one that's going to be best is this Hal Smith, where you're getting quite a bit more catcher ability. As we discussed when we evaluated him before, if he had even a little bit of eye, it would make this card a lot more interesting. But I think if you're looking at a free catcher, this is probably your free catcher. And if you're willing to even, pay up just 1 point or something, then you have a lot more options. Like there's this Sherm Lawler where you're getting kind of some catcher ability, at least moderately so, and quite a bit better bat or something like that. So yeah, I think again Caro probably just isn't going to play anymore. I think this is probably another F. He's going to be useful in missions, but I'm having trouble seeing really any good place that we're going to play him outside of that. And you're definitely not drafting him at catcher just because he doesn't have the catcher ability. All right. Let's see. Samuel Zavala. What do we have here? So, let's see. Listed in left field. Does play left, right, and center, but with 70 range and not a lot of arm. I think this is probably just a pure left fielder. Like I'm having trouble seeing anywhere else that we're going to be able to really get to him. So, all right, let's look at him just as a left fielder. Clearly, the bat's not something we're going to want to play, in some kind of low silver. You can pay up 4 points for Grady Sizemore. In anything where the bronzes are eligible, you can go down a point and run Dink there, and you're going to do much better. So there's kind of no bat here. Is there any use case in, say, really a silver floor cap? And I think the answer is still no. I mean, actually, even just out of 70 overalls that are eligible in left field, unfortunately, I've got this one ninth because you kind of don't really have the bat or the glove. So, if you want to go bat, for example, not that Giambi, but his brother Jeremy. This is really a DH, but the bat's so good that you could try to stick him in left. Certainly, if it's free, the fact that he covers 3 positions is nice. The recent tournament card, the Cuckoo Christensen. Again, probably a similar glove to what we'd be getting, but this is just going to be a much, much better bat than you get from Zavala. So I think Zavala, again, is just kind of understated compared to the things that have come out recently. I think this would have been a stronger card a month or two ago when FL1 came out, just because a few of the cards we're talking about, like Cuckoo Christensen hadn't quite come out yet. There's a Negro League Ed Stone, that hadn't come out yet. Branch Russell hadn't come out yet. So then this would have been a little more competitive. But I think being released at this point in the cycle, this one probably just doesn't play. So, hey, Dr. Dynastic. I saw. I think were you doing a stream earlier today? I think I saw something pop up that you were doing something off the usual schedule. Let's see. Yeah, how's it going? All right, let's see. What do we got next here? Marco Luciano. So, okay, this is kind of a funny card. So he's listed at shortstop. He's only got 59 range. So I don't think this is a card that we're ever going to want to play at shortstop. Maybe from the profile, you're a little more interested in playing him at third base defensively. But I think we've really got to evaluate. Him as a third baseman, because with 59 range, there's just kind of no way that you're going to be able to run this card at short. So, as a third baseman, though, now you're back into some of the cards we looked at earlier. So we're much more interested in Ned Williamson for a free card, but also even if you just put him up against Yiddy Cape, who we looked at earlier. Cape probably has, a comparable bat and has a significantly better glove. So I think I'm still struggling to see anywhere that we're going to play the card just because he can't stick it short. Now if this card were a shortstop, so you really could see him as a 2-position player, then he's maybe a little bit more interesting because it's hard to find, kind of shortstop options. Well, no, hold on. No, this is low silver. So, for example, the build a lineup George Davis is actually a really good 70. And Eddie Yost also is a solid 70. So no, I guess there's really just no way to run this card, is there? All right, yeah, I think we can actually just move on. Where are the card pictures? That's a good question. So do I have to do something else to get the card pictures? Does anyone know if there's something I can do to kind of trigger? Maybe do I grab them? Let's see, that's the card list that I'm reloading. Is there something I can do to try to refresh all the pictures? Yeah, if anyone in chat knows, I'm happy to try it. Some of the card art on these is really nice, especially like the Independence Day set that came out. So it would be nice to get the pictures. A lot of guys have the wrong images. So I thought that was because it cached some of the images, but I would have thought that if it hadn't downloaded the image yet, it might not cache it. Okay, should I try restarting like just the game and seeing if that helps grab it? All right, let me try that real quick. I'm going to try restarting the game real quick and let's see if that helps. And then, if not, I'm open to other suggestions. But let me restart the game and see if that helps. So. I think so. I think sometimes, like for some things, deleting the save game is also a solution, but I think that's not the case here. Because it's not part of the game itself, right? It loads the images once and sticks them kind of in a directory somewhere. Or am I misremembering? Well, we'll find out in a moment, at least, if this was able to fix it. So, all right, trying again. Let's put this back up. Sorry about that. In the meantime, who have we got next here? Robert Hassel III. So now we're up to 71. So now this is a card that no longer is going to be free in a floor cap. So that means, you know, he's going to have to be at least a little better to start being playable. And there's some pretty good low silver outfielders actually. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little slow with this. This is also my first look at a few of these cards, just because I've been away most of today. But let's see what we got here. All right, so we got a 3-position outfielder. He will be fully trained in left for tournaments, so that's no problem. I don't see a lot in the bat, though. So, yeah, this just doesn't look like much of a bat at all, really, now that I look at it. So for example, if you put that up against, let's see, well, in left field, you know, well, maybe one of the multi-position outfielders that, you know, really is in the meta would be something like Grady Sizemore. And what you see with Grady Sizemore is you're basically getting like a similar bat, but, you know, like 40 more points of eye or something without giving up that much, and even a little better defense, probably. So I'm not quite sure where the use case is for this card. You know, I think this card would have to be, you know, some kind of probably would have to be eligible for low bronze to be able to start to be interesting. And even there's some pretty good low bronze bats. So I think this one just again isn't going to play. Maybe we can go on. Yeah, I think that this, so far at least, this set probably is looking somewhat weaker than the previous Future Legend set. So, all right, what do we got? We got Dylan Lesko. So our first pitcher in the set. All right, so 74 stamina, so is a starting pitcher. Really splitty. So I think if we're at all looking at running Lesko, I think we probably want to try to run an opener or do something to get him against a bunch of right-handed hitters. He will play out of the pen with these two good pitches, so he will convert nicely out of the pen. But at the same time, out of the pen, you're still going to have the problem that he's going to be quite splitty. So out of the pen, you probably can't run him in some kind of higher leverage spot. Yeah, I guess the problem though is really apart from the stuff, you're just not getting sort of either the pitcher BABIP or the control. There are a lot of live silvers that kind of are going to be better than that for those. Well, plus a couple extra. I mean, there's one really excellent live silver, right? The Triston McKenzie. This is actually a live silver that you probably could play in a pinch in some kind of like OOTP era silver. So, yeah, I think Giolito is going to be a lot better. Giolito is still going to possibly play an open silver. So Giolito is going to be a lot better. But even I think the cards that sort of were at the bottom of the low silver meta are really still going to be quite a bit better, I would expect. So I kind of don't see a scenario where we're going to be able to play him. I think. Just looking if there's any. Yeah, no, there's just no format I can find where we're really going to want to run him. So I think this one again. Useful for missions, but not a card that we're going to want to go out and get otherwise. So, all right, what do we got next? Quinn Priester. Okay, so another starting pitcher. This one has some slight reverse splits, which makes him more interesting to run out of the pen as well. 82 stamina means you certainly could evaluate him as a starter. The problem, though, is you've got this 57 pitcher BABIP, and I think it's just going to be really hard to find anybody that's going to play in the current meta that has that kind of BABIP. So, yeah, I think this one's actually just going to be a pretty easy pass. If you want an example of a 71, which is going to be somewhat closer. So Vince Velasquez is kind of in the low silver meta, and he's on the low pitcher BABIP side of this as well, but you see you get a lot more in the other things than what we were getting out of Priester. So for Quinn Priester, you're also lower on the control, for example. Not quite as good hold runners. So this really isn't going to be, even sort of a top 15 or so starter in low silver. And again, really not draftable, because you're drafting him against all the silvers. So, all right, those are the 71s. Still looking for our first hit. There definitely are some usable cards in this set here. It's just kind of the low silvers I think haven't done so well. So how about Brady House? So I think I remember a really good Brady House a couple cycles ago that was a nice two-way player. This is not a two-way player anymore, so this is just a third baseman. And I think the big thing that we see is we've got a third baseman with a ton of power and not super splitty. He's eligible at short, but again, with that 57 range, really this card has to play third base. We're not interested in him as a shortstop at all, I would think. But as a third baseman, with power, I think that's where we'd start to think about it. The problem with this card, though, is this is actually not quite enough power. So, for example, just put him up against Dave Kingman. Well, Kingman is a significantly better defensive third baseman, but also has another 20 points of power. And so I think that's the problem, is that actually you're going to run Kingman over Brady House. And I think this is a problem for a lot of the third basemen that have been released, is just that Kingman's so good that having, we still have this low iron available that kind of is capable of crowding some of these out of the meta. But what that means is you're never going to play him in a cap, because you'd always play a card like Kingman who's much cheaper. And then, so even though we're kind of looking for good third base combinations where you have, both a bat and a glove, this card just isn't quite going to be it. So I think, again, this just isn't sort of going to be, like a top 10 to 15 third baseman here, is what I would expect in low silver. So I think this one also probably just doesn't play. All right, let's go on. Again, I know there are some very playable cards in this set, so it does get better. But we're at least trying to move through them a little bit quicker, so we can spend the time on the ones that are good. I did promise a short stream this time, sort of ish. All right, what do we got? We got Jackson. Is it Job? Is that the way to pronounce it? It is. We're flying. Well, I think we're partly flying because see. I think what I can do is This says I can blame my co-host for the for the slow stream, right? It's clearly the co-host. Although I guess I am the common factor in all of these, so maybe I make the co-host slow. Can't possibly be, right? Clearly we just need more questions from chat, and then we can, that'll kind of slow us down. All right, so Jackson Job. So starting pitcher, 79 stamina, so that's definitely enough that we're thinking about him as a starter. The 68 hold runners is also going to be a nice bonus for a righty. 75 on the pitcher BABIP. And actually fairly splitty, which I think is going to be a problem if we try to run this card out of the pen. That even though, with these pitches maybe he'd convert a little bit, the fact that he's splitty means he's going to face a lot of lefties in the pen, and that's going to really hurt him. So, okay, with that in mind, we still actually do have a decent amount of stats on this card. So even if you kind of assume he's going to face a sample that's weighted toward lefties, so actually I think this is something to be aware of. So when you look at the overall ratings that OOTP gives you, these overall ratings do tend to assume just that there are more righties than lefties in the game, kind of on all sides. So for example, you look at what they've got listed as movement here. They've got him as a 94 versus righties, 84 versus lefties, and kind of the average they come out to is still 90, because since there are more righties than lefties overall, that means that we're assuming that there are more righties that he's going to face. Now, if you try to run him out of the pen or something, that's not quite going to be true. Then you're instead going to find that probably he's going to face a pretty lefty heavy sample. And similarly, if you run him, so let's say you run him an open low silver versus a cap, that's maybe going to be another of these differences where if you run him in a cap, hold on one sec, did that not work? Okay, so that worked. Okay, yeah, if you run him in a cap, then you're kind of not going to platoon. So you're just going to get whatever people are running in the current meta, whatever mix of righties and lefties happen to be at the top of the meta at that moment. But if you run him in something that's open, and right now, like we just had the weekly low silver today, I think it's still running, that's an open low silver, in that players are going to be platooning against you. And so I would expect he's going to face a fairly lefty heavy sample. Right now in low silver, I can kind of go through just thinking about who we would run in low silver. So maybe your ideal setup, I think Mathis is probably the catcher people are going to run. Maybe Petway, who's a switch hitter, but probably you're going to see a lot of Mathis, so a lot of right-handed catchers. But you'll almost certainly see Gehrig or someone like that at first. We'll see a lot of Dink still, so a switch hitter at second. At third, unclear. Some people are running Julian, who's a lefty. Some are running, Christian Hernandez. But you might again try to find a platoon there. I've even seen some Chipper Jones still being run at third, like the bronze Chipper. short, again, you're going to see a lot of George Davis against righties. So you're going to see, again, a left-handed bat. You'll see cards like Sizemore in the outfield, probably Larry Walker in right, or Bernie Carbo or something like that. So there's a good chance a card like this is actually facing, at least 6 lefties, maybe even more if you're going to try to run him as a starter. And I think that severely weakens him. If you really got a card, so if I just put in kind of these overall ratings that you see on the left here, put in a card that has 75 pitcher BABIP, an 86 home run prevention, an 80 stuff, and so forth, then he actually grades out a fair bit better. And then I would kind of expect him to be, close to a low silver starter. The problem is when I instead run him against a more lefty heavy sample, that's really going to drop him down compared with some of the cards that are much less splitty or even have reverse splits. So for example, another 73 overall here. We've got this Bill Force, again a righty, but you notice Bill Force actually has reverse splits. So that means we're kind of getting the better version of him if you're going to run a platoon here. Are we getting a blurry screen? So this might be a question of sort of bit rate. I think you get to choose the quality or something, or maybe it automatically tries to find one. But if some people are getting something blurry and others aren't, then it's probably a setting that you have for kind of bit rate. Fortunately, we don't have anything that's too graphics intensive here. But if for some reason you can't read anything, feel free to ask, and I'll try to see what I can do to help. Okay, yeah. So going through, I think when you put all that together, the fact that we're kind of not able to really get him in against a righty heavy sample the way we want to, I think is probably just enough of a difference that it takes him from being like a top 5 low silver starter to being somewhere between 5th and 10th, but probably just not quite in the ideal meta. So there's definitely not an F tier card. There's definitely a use case for him. There is now this orderly draft format. If I remember correctly, maybe someone in chat can help here. I believe in these orderly drafts there is a low silver specific round. And if that's right, then this is a card that you would consider drafting there for sure. Because it's kind of at least in that top 10 range, especially if you kind of still need a starter. Sorry, when I say this card, I should put Jackson back up, shouldn't I? So I think you'd still kind of have him vaguely playable, but at the same time, I think the splits mean that you don't want to run him as a reliever, and you're really not going to be able to run him in full silver. So this is probably somewhere like a C or D tier card. What do we think, chat? C, D, and any preference? I think it's somewhere in there. C for Cap. All right, let's go with a C. C for Cap and not a D for Detroit, huh? All right, let's do it. So we'll give him a C, and let's go on and look at Ryan Nelson. So let's see, another starter. Now this has 88 hold runners as a righty, and that's really exceptionally good. So these are just a couple of these hidden bonuses that actually can make a difference around the edges. He is again pretty splitty though, and looking at his pitches, yeah, it would help to drop the changeup, but you're not getting say 2 outstanding pitches if you try to convert him to a reliever. So probably we're evaluating Ryan Nelson as a starter. I guess if we hold him up against, say, Jackson Jobe, who we just looked at, then the profiles are somewhat similar, but what you're getting is essentially you're getting some extra control. So Job, here I'll put Job back up again. Right, so Job was sort of lower control. What you were getting is a fair bit more home run prevention and a little bit more stuff was probably the biggest difference between the cards, compared with Ryan Nelson. And also just a few more points of pitcher BABIP, which we also know is going to be a pretty big difference. And so that's enough that Job is still going to be, a decent amount ahead of Ryan Nelson. So Job, I think, was, kind of, playable if you end up looking at it and sort of somewhere in the meta. This, I think, is still going to be a few cards further down. So like maybe an example of a card that probably slots in between would be a card like Bobby Shantz, which a lot of people, have been running in low silver, for much of the meta. So this Bobby Shantz, is maybe an example of a card that sort of would slot somewhere in between, or Cal Eldred, who, is really this excellent, not that Cal Eldred, who's this excellent low bronze, but I don't think you want to play Cal Eldred in low silver anymore. I think the meta's passed him by. But he's an example of another card that, you'd rather play Jackson Jobe than Eldred, but you'd rather play Eldred, I think, than Ryan Nelson. So I think that means Nelson probably just doesn't play. But again, he's kind of on the borderline. Yeah, silver Tanner Bibby. Maybe, but the problem is that Tanner Bibby, here I'll put Bibby up. So Bibby has a similar shape, also has these splits, but these 12 extra points of pitcher BABIP make a huge difference. And that's why Bibby ends up being, closer to playable, plus in a gold meta where you're desperate to find righties, maybe even more than that if you're kind of looking for a way to try to run some righties in gold. But we don't have any advantage like that for a righty in silver is the problem. Yeah, so I don't think I can find a good way to play the card. Kind of looking at this. So, all right. What do we got? Gotta download the file. All right, what do we got next here? See, Griff McGarry, or at least once this loads, we will have Griff McGarry. All right, let's try it again. Griff McGarry. So this is kind of an interesting shape. So first off, again, we have just this really, really splitty card, where you kind of would like to find a way to maybe run an opener if you're going to run him as a starter. Although the problem is he's got 61 stamina. And at 61 stamina, maybe you would rather run him out of the pen anyway. He also suffers from a bit of a lack of control. But this pitcher BABIP is huge. Even against lefties, you still have 80 pitcher BABIP, which is significantly higher than the last few we were looking at. And so even though he's got these splits, if we just evaluate him versus lefties, he still actually ends up looking really solid. And so this is actually the card that more would be competing with someone like Giolito in low silver, I think, where it actually has a similar issue to Giolito, where the stamina is low enough that it's not quite clear sort of how you would want to handle it. For example, if you were running both McGarry and Giolito as starters, that might mean you need a 13th arm in the pen. Especially because this is true of a few other low silver options. So Vince Velasquez has 65 stamina. If you're willing to run some of the future legends like Bryce Miller or Reese Olson, they're in the 50s. Reese Olson's 50 exactly. Miller's at 56. A few people running Michael Wacha. He's at 65. So I think because of that, it's a little tricky to figure out, is this card a starter, or does this card have to be a reliever? Yeah, so I also ran him in the low silver Fabtron, and I think I would want to run him probably with an opener, or do something to try to get him in against righties if at all possible. But I do think this should be a top 5 starter pretty solidly if you're going to run him as a starter. So, this is definitely not an S tier card. You certainly can get away without him. This is not a card that's going to play up a tier and be like a key part of the silver meta or something. So in the open silver, I have him, let's see, it looks like 13th or something as a starter. So not high enough that you're really going to run him anywhere. But it does look like it's a card that should do well. Although apparently, reading chat, all of us may have, actually had him get lit up in the low silver a little bit. I think this is a card you definitely want to play in low silver somewhere. And if he's getting lit up, one thing I would wonder is, does this mean that we all need to pay a lot more attention to our sliders if we're running him as a starter? Is this somebody that you can start, but you have to start on a really tight leash? Maybe run a pitch count or something like that. Yeah, 5.4 walks per 9. That feels like it can't be sustainable. But this is, he is going to walk some batters for sure. Actually, I wonder, we could probably, let me see if we can grab. I'm pretty sure I'm out of the low silver already, but since I entered, I think I should be able to look and see. Let's see actually how he did in a little bigger sample maybe. Yes, we are very much out of the low silver. But let's see how he did for us. Yeah, but certainly 5 walks per 9, especially because there are some really low control cards that are going to be in there. So, for example, there should be a bunch of Nolan Ryans in there as well. Actually, how did everyone do in the low silver? We can take a quick look at how everyone's doing. It's always good to spotlight these a little bit. So we're in the quarters, it looks like. Actually, I'll do it this way. All right, so we're in the quarters, and actually it looks like we've got 2 semifinalists: the Moxville Millers and the San Diego Reapers, TBD. And then we got a couple game 7s. So yeah, looks like a pretty solid set of teams still alive. And maybe we can take a look and see how many of these teams. Okay, so here's one. So the Straw Hats are running a Griff McGarry, but they look like they're running him out of the pen. And let's see, any other Griff McGarrys here? That might be the only Griff that actually made the final 8. But we can see how many there are. But it does look like there were quite a few in the tournament. Looks like maybe 20 or so. So let's just take a look. Let's see if we can see how they did. What do I want? I want pitching stats. And I guess I want, what am I missing? Am I somehow, oh, because I'm under team stats. That's why. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't, there we go. Let's try that again. All right, pitching stats. See, it just takes, reading ability. That's the thing I'm missing is the reading ability part. All right, here we go. So the Griff McGarrys overall, maybe I'll sort by FIP or something. So yeah, somewhere somewhere around 4.5 looks like maybe the typical answer, something like that. So, positive WAR. This has also been, seems to be kind of a scoring heavy tournament as well. And actually, I really shouldn't just look at FIP. Now that I think about it, I should really be looking more at ERA here, because ERA is going to include the pitcher BABIP bit. And yeah, a few of them have been getting lit up, it looks like. So you said Straw Hats is running a 3-man rotation. We can take a look at that. That's an interesting idea. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, so they're running it says 5-man rotation, but they've got 3 listed. Okay, and Reese Olson's been an emergency starter. So they're trying very hard to run just a 3-man rotation in 1999. It's not crazy. I've been running a 4-man rotation in Modern a lot and kind of playing around with it. 3 in 1999 feels a little tough, but not impossible. Okay, so Hawkmoon's asking, why would you use ERA over FIP? And normally the reason you would want to use FIP over ERA is essentially the thinking is that ERA involves a lot of luck and FIP is trying to take the luck out of the equation. Now the problem here is FIP also assumes the pitcher has no control over what happens when a ball is put in play. And in OOTP 24, pitcher BABIP is really important, and pitchers do have this strong influence over the balls in play. That's a big part of how you evaluate them. So for example, one of the cards that's been strongest all cycle, this Dave McNally, if you ignore the pitcher BABIP and you just look at all of the other ratings on this card, this isn't that good of a low bronze. And so if you look at the FIP that a card like Dave McNally is going to have, his FIP actually is likely not going to be all that impressive. But because of this pitcher BABIP, because he's preventing all of these additional hits on balls in play, his ability to actually prevent runs is going to be quite a bit more impressive. And so I think that's why I'm looking at something like ERAs. I'm trying to find something, so what I actually use when I'm modeling this is I use FIP, but then I make an adjustment for kind of the hits that they're preventing. So I do something like look at the linear weights for the hits I think they're preventing and try to subtract that or add that for a player with a very low pitcher BABIP. But basically I try to adjust the FIP and get some kind of adjustment there. But if we're just looking at the stats, that's why I think the ERA actually might be better in this case. So, oh hey, Andy was Luke. Welcome, first time chatter. Yeah, it has been almost all F so far, but there definitely are some cards I think later in this set that are going to play. It does feel like it's weaker than the Future Legends 1 set. I think it might have been better if they had reversed the order of those two, and then more of these cards would have played a little bit earlier, and some of the strong ones there I think would still be in the meta like they are now. But there definitely are some cards later on that we'll see that will play out of this set. So, alright, so as for Griff McGarry, I think trying to figure out how to give him a grade really is going to come down to whether we think this card can be a starter. If this card is sort of a meta starter in low silver, still isn't going to play high silver, it's a format that mainly is limited to a weekly, probably this is going to be about a B or something. I think if you think that you have to run him out of the pen, well, then you've got, also a fairly splitty card out of the pen. Not that Griffey is perfectly good, but this Griff, then you've got a fairly splitty card that you're trying to run out of the pen, and then it's not quite clear that he has a clear place. He's almost sort of a righty specialist. So I'm not quite sure where to grade him. My guess is that he probably will stick as a starter simply because Lucas Giolito has kind of been able to stick as a starter in a lot of formats. But the reason I'm not sure is because he has low control. So the kinds of starters that seem to be able to survive with low control are going to be the ones that are going to be the ones that manage to get by with a lot fewer pitches per plate appearance, so that they're still getting through a lot of batters, even if they're actually not able to throw that many pitches. And this card could be worse shape for that. I mean, the worst shape for that would be something like the Nolan Ryan. So Nolan Ryan, he's going to strike out a lot of people. He's going to walk a lot of people. Or I'll put up this Nolan instead, but same idea. So this is a card that I would expect is going to just use up a lot of pitches per plate appearance. In fact, maybe we can actually, while we're in this tournament, we can even look at a few of these stats. Maybe that's a good way to look at it. Let's add in the Nolan Ryans as well. But let's see if we can throw in, let's see what I want. Pitching stats. Is there a pitches per plate appearance somewhere? I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I'm just trying to figure out where. Pitches thrown, pitches per game. I know for batters, that's a stat that's kept. So like if you look at batting ratings, where is it? It's somewhere in here. Yeah, so if I look at batting stats, see they have this pitches per plate appearance available. Does anybody know if there's something similar for pitchers here? I'm not seeing it, but I may be missing it, and since it's tracked for batters, I'm guessing it's probably in OOTP somewhere, and I just don't know how to find it. I don't know if anyone in chat happens to know. But I think that's the kind of issue, is that like if you look at Nolan Ryan, for example, what I would expect with one of these, let me try to find one that played like a bunch of games maybe. Yeah, so here's one that pitched a bunch of innings. Yeah, so you see how this Nolan Ryan, look, he threw 115 pitches to get through 22 batters. He threw 113 for 24 batters. So he's not going all that deep into ball games, even in a game where he's been effective. Here's a game, 6 innings, 2 hits, a couple runs. So he was really effective here, but he threw 113 pitches to get through 6 innings. And, so Griff McGarry, I would expect to be at least a little bit more efficient than that, because he does have more control and also just not quite as much stuff. It's a little bit different shape. Yeah, so here, also throwing 114 pitches or 111, but now he's getting through 30 batters, 35 batters. So it is a pretty big difference. Yeah, I could divide batters faced over pitches, but the problem is I wanted to kind of look at this for all of them as a glance. And so doing it one at a time, just you could grab the data and do it in a spreadsheet or something. But I think that's part of the difference. So one of the things, for example, that's made Satchel Paige, when the card was initially released, I looked at Satchel Paige. I know we had that discussion on stream, and I kind of said, really, the stamina is so low, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to run him as a starter in league play. But that's not the way it's actually worked out with Satchel. So as it turns out, I've actually been trying the 4-man rotation thing, and I've been able to run Satchel in league as one of my 4-man rotation. And he's still kind of managing to make it through. He's not as effective as the others. So I can show you kind of the difference with what we're doing. But actually you see so a card like Addy Joss with 110 stamina, 30 starts, he's managed to get through 176 innings. But Page has actually, still managed to get through 166. And I think the reason for that is that he's managing to be pretty efficient. That the shape here is, at least for kind of the league level. So now we're looking at all of these open cards and kind of the very top of the meta. This is very low stuff, and this is very high control for that kind of shape. And so with that, for the meta, I mean. And so given this kind of shape, what you see is actually he's being really efficient. He looks like he's going typically at 3.5 or something pitches per batter faced, and that's the reason that even with 67 stamina, I'm getting innings out of him. So, as a comparison, we could pull up some of these others. You see Scherzer probably closer to 4, so he's going to be a lot less efficient because he strikes people out. If you strike somebody out, it takes you a minimum of 3 pitches after all. Often more than that. So I think that's kind of the difference, is that some of these players where, or Bullet Joe Rogan again, kind of the opposite shape, less control, more stuff, and so he's a little bit less efficient at using his pitches. And I think that's going to be the discussion with Griff. My sense is that Griff kind of has an in-between shape. It's not the perfect shape for low stamina, but my sense is it's probably close enough that you're going to be able to run him as a starter. I'm not certain, but because I think you can run him as a starter, I think this is probably like a B, and and a card that you are going to want to run as a starter in low silver. But if it turns out I'm wrong, and it turns out that he doesn't quite have enough stamina, then this probably would drop down to like a D. So something in that range. All right, what do we got next? We've got one more low silver. We've got Jack Leiter. So I think it's funny because as someone who doesn't follow all these prospects, I think I would have, just on name recognition, I would have thought that this would have been more than a low silver. But I guess looking at prospect lists, that's where he currently ends up. So what do we have here? We've got another righty with kind of moderate splits. This is actually a card that sort of looks like the same kind of shape we were just looking at maybe with Griff McGarry. Like at least a similar kind of shape. But there is a bit of a difference in terms of the quality here. You basically have like 11 points less of movement or something, and like nine fewer points of pitcher BABIP, and so this is going to be a weaker card than Griff McGarry. You do get 82 stamina in return though. So actually the really good comparison I think here is the Jackson Jobe we just recently looked at. And let's see. Yeah, here we go. So if you look at Jobe, again, also kind of splitty, also, going to be much better against righties. Similarly, kind of on the higher stamina side for the Future Legends set. The main difference between these two cards is kind of you're exchanging the home run prevention and the stuff a little bit. So very similar shape, but Leiter has more stuff and Jobe has more home run prevention. And the amount that they're switching actually makes, it's about an even trade. So it's really just more down to which you prefer. But I've got Leiter as just almost exactly the same, quality as Jobe here. So I think you're going to rate them really similarly. Leiter does cost you 1 more point in a cap, but at the same time you're also getting a bit more stamina, which is a useful thing in a cap. So probably it's about a wash. Of the two, I think if I had to play one, I'm playing Jackson. But it probably could be talked into either. I think so. I think this is probably just another C. I think it's a really similar card to to what we just looked at probably. So I think that's probably about where we're at. All right, we made it through the low silvers. We are on to full silver, clearly in record time, and to Jacob Berry. So, all right, third baseman. Well, kind of. I think if you look at these position ratings, really what you're looking at with this card is a DH. I think. I'm actually a little bit curious. I want to find a scouting report on him. I'm just curious. Is he supposed to be a DH? Is that kind of the thinking? Like that everyone's assuming he'll end up at DH? I think that would make sense given these ratings. But let me see if I can actually. I'm just curious. Like let me see what the scouting report says. I think a lot of people think he might end up at first base, maybe could end up even in a corner outfield position. Yeah, scouting grades give him like a 40 fielding. Maybe that's even higher than what the ratings are here, but a huge hit tool. So all right. So what do we have here? What we have essentially is like a power profile versus righties. The problem with this card though is first off now we're just at full silver. And in full silver, you're just up against enormous bats if you're looking at a first baseman or a DH here. So, you've got this bat and then you've got say the David Ortiz that we've been running for a lot of the cycle. Which is just going to be a much better bat. You've got, the silver Lou Gehrig again is going to be just a much stronger bat. And so I don't think there's actually too much to say about this one. I think we've just got, he's listed a third baseman, but he's really a DH, and he's just kind of not going to be close to the, to kind of where we need to look at a card, as a DH here. I mean, Edouard Julien's also going to be much stronger, for example. So, yeah, I know we're going faster. I think clearly this is just because we don't have a co-host. So if anyone wants to jump on and co-host, I'm sure that'll slow us down. But otherwise, I figure we'll kind of see how we can do going through some of these. But if anyone's interested in jumping on and co-hosting, we definitely have room. Happy to get some other opinions in here. But I think otherwise, yeah, this is also probably a pretty easy one. I think this is just going to be a pretty easy F. There's really no scenario where we're going to be interested in this card apart from like a mission or something. What if all your opinions are bad? Well, all my opinions are bad, but as long as what I've discovered is you can have bad opinions, and as long as people are somewhat entertained or at least get their free drops from them, like people keep coming back. So it's okay. All right, what do we got next here? So let's see what we got next here. Alex Ramirez. Okay, so listed at center field, 78 range. So normally at 78 range, I think we're not too interested in playing a card like defensively in center field. But it's worth keeping in mind that in silver at the moment, there haven't been a lot of really huge gloves in center. So, there are one or two big gloves, maybe in bronze. But in center, I think the card a lot of people are now running, newly released, is this Eric Davis that we just got from the Topps missions. And if you're running him in center, he only has 82 range. So that means it's not crazy to think about running a card with 78 as well, if that's the comparison. On the other hand, you're going to have a bat then that competes with this Eric Davis as well. And I think that's where Alex Ramirez is really going to fall short here. So you do have some power, especially against lefties, but the rest of the bat, if we just try to, if I had both cards, I'd kind of directly do the comparison. But if you just put him up against Eric Davis, Davis has a lot more eye. He was also a little bit better fielder. Davis is a pretty good base runner here as well, so you're going to have some extra value. So, and they're both 75 overall, so that's kind of the direct comparison, and it really doesn't end up being that close. Now with that said, if you don't have an Eric Davis, or if you want to run him in a corner, then I think this card's probably more interesting. So let's say you're looking at the high silver floor cap or something like that. Previously this Rich Becker was the card that a lot of people were running for kind of a 3-position outfielder. And here the bat's also not as good as Alex Ramirez, especially lacking all of the power, but you're getting a much better glove. So this was sort of the defensive option. And now Eric Davis clearly was an upgrade on this, but if you're in a situation where you're in sort of that high silver floor cap and you're looking for a second free card, you do have more of a bat on Alex Ramirez than any of these other cards we're talking about. So probably the direct comparison, if you want a bat, is another future legend. It's Kevin Alcantara. Also a righty with a little bit more power against lefties and the same kind of power profile. Also 78 range. But this card is actually a little bit worse than Alex Ramirez. So I think that means Alex Ramirez does, almost sneak into the meta. Maybe if you're going to run 2 free cards, you are going to run this card in like a high silver floor cap. I don't think you're going to run him in open silver, but I do have him something like 6th among center fielders. I don't think you're going to play him necessarily in right, but in principle you could if you don't want to run Kotsay or Sizemore or someone like that there. There's also Elijah Green if you're willing to pay a few more points. Probably a similar profile, but maybe a little bit stronger. But if you're looking to save the 3 points, maybe there's a case for playing Alex Ramirez in one of these. And I think similarly that means he is draftable if you kind of get a little bit stuck. So I think this card, I'm not sure I'm ever going to find an excuse to play him, but I think maybe we should at least give him like a D for draftable. I don't think this is a completely useless card. I do think I'm probably not going to end up finding a way to put him in a build, though. What do we got here? New league file. All right. So, what do we got next? Let's see. Once this loads, Luis Angel Acuna. So, all right, 76 overall. Well, I think first off, the immediate decision you'd have with this card, he's listed as a shortstop. He doesn't play anywhere else. I guess he's qualified to learn a bunch of positions, but essentially he's a shortstop. Clearly the bat's not close to being a DH. So are we willing to run this card as a shortstop at all? Because if we're not even willing to consider him as a shortstop, he's completely unplayable. And my sense is that 73 range, just in full silver, probably is going to be completely unplayable unless you've got just an absolutely enormous bat with you. And the kind of card that does have an enormous bat, we looked at this tournament edition Jeff Blauser with 73 range, and we asked, is the bat good enough that he can play short in a pinch? And maybe with a bat this big, maybe. But probably you'd rather, I think we decided we'd probably rather play Blauser at second or even third. because we really were worried about the range. And so Luis Angel is just going to be a card like this, but with significantly less in the way of a in the way of a bat. And so I think that is going to make him just completely unplayable. I don't think either of these is a card that you really want to run. I think there are a few other options you can have. So one, maybe another, option. There's this Eddie Lake if you want 90 range and just a ton of eye. We looked at Crosetti. Again, you're getting 90 range, sort of a ton of eye and some gap power. Bill Hall is kind of a popular option with 94 range, less eye, but you're kind of actually getting the same kind of power we're looking at with some of these cards, except you're getting 93 range, so you're much happier to play him at short or even third. So I think Luis Angel just ends up pretty far behind all these ones we're talking about. And so I don't think he really has any way to get into the meta. And he certainly, if he's not a shortstop, he certainly is not a DH. They're just much bigger bats available. So yeah, I don't think there's a good way to make that one work. All right, what do we got next here? Oh, I noticed the Diamond Cap just fired, and I think I probably need to significantly update my build for that. So maybe I'll do that when we get through another card or two. Let's take a quick look at Tyler Soderstrom, maybe. Okay, so listed as catcher. We've had a few versions of him, and I think this is maybe the weakest as an actual catcher. So 42 on the catcher ability. Really, we're not interested in running this card at catcher at all. The problem is, if you're not willing to run him as a catcher, the bat definitely doesn't play at first base. We looked at some of the bats we had seen previously. This isn't anywhere close to a first base bat. This is really only a bat that you can think about, if he's going to be able to stick at catcher. And like at 77, like Tony Romo, for example, sorry, not Tony Romo. It's been a long day. Let's look at Drew Romo. Although Tony Romo would also have a heck of an arm if you stuck him behind the plate, probably. But Drew Romo literally has like well over twice the catcher ability, almost 2.5 times the catcher ability. Yeah, sorry, Jelly Bay. It's been a long day. But I do actually think Tony Romo would have a shot at throwing out some runners at second. Yeah, so I think I can't think of a situation in which Soderstrom is going to become interesting with, the gap power is nice. So the gap power is a really nice hidden addition to this bat. And if there were a few more redeeming features about it, then that would be a lot more interesting. It's also nice. He is a left-handed hitting catcher. That's also something we'd really like to, to get to work. Nice. The pitcher would intercept the throw. Okay. All right. You win this round, chat. You win this round. Now I kind of want to see if I can figure out a way to set Drew's nickname to Tony or something. All right. Yeah. So I think Tyler Soderstrom. I don't see a way to get any use out of him, really. I think this is just going to be kind of unplayable. I think he's useful for one of I forget if the AL West is the one that's tight. One of the missions was a little bit tight, and I forget if this is the one that is. But I think apart from that, I don't see a way to make it work. See, much like the weather in Dallas this week, the Cowboys peaked in the 90s. Harsh but fair. Uh, of course, you have to remember I'm an Eagles fan, so you know I've got my own stuff to apologize for. But you know, I can say Cowboys Week is still definitely like a minor holiday in Philadelphia. So um, yeah, I'm trying to think. Actually, the last time I was down in Dallas, I had the opposite problem. I went to a conference that was being held, I think, in Grapevine, and and somehow when I went there, it was like 10 degrees and snowing. And I do mean 10 degrees, like American style, not Danish style. I do mean Fahrenheit. It was like 10 degrees, snowing, and nobody had any clothing for that. I actually tried to go to like a local mall and just see if I could just quickly pick up a jacket. Well, the other problem was I was on a longer trip and I made the horrible mistake of flying Air Canada, which you know I'm just gonna say I've had a lot of bad experiences. I've flown Air Canada several times, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can ever recall a time when Air Canada managed to get both me and my luggage to the place that they intended to on the same day that they claimed they were going to. Uh, but this one was possibly the worst. I actually managed to have luggage like chasing me around the country on that trip, for about a month or something, and finally just, after I got back to Denmark, it managed to make it. Like they lost my luggage in Toronto. Then they lost me in Toronto overnight as well, so that was fine because the luggage was going to catch up with me. Then they claimed they sent the luggage ahead, to Dallas. Then they lost the luggage again in Dallas, and it just kind of went from there. But yeah, I remember trying to just like find a shopping mall and get like a jacket that would work for 10-degree weather, and it was just completely impossible. Uh, like they just didn't sell them. So it seemed like it must be that 10 degrees kind of doesn't happen there very often. Maybe someone from the area can. But yeah, that whole trip. Well, okay, there was one redeeming feature, which was Whataburger. But apart from Whataburger, the rest of the trip, Uh, anyway, but yeah, as for Tyler Soderstrom, probably unplayable. Actually, you know what I should do? Let me just quickly update a diamond lineup while I'm at it. Yeah, Whataburger is absolutely amazing. There are a couple of these things. So I've done a few of these cross country drives, and so I've seen a lot of the different like fast food restaurants and stuff, and definitely we've done like the burger taste test and everything, and Whataburger usually ends up coming pretty close to winning. Whataburger's one. The other one that I now really strongly recommend is Buc-ee's. I don't know if I think that's not just a Texas thing, right? I think that's maybe more regional now, but. But Buc-ee's I just discovered this the last time I drove across, and Buc-ee's was absolutely like incredible. Um, so I don't know if any locals have some additional tips. The last time I'm trying to think, the last time I drove across, yeah, 'cause I guess the last time I went across the country would have been like early 22 maybe. So. Okay, so Buc-ee's is okay. It is a Texas thing, but it's expanding. Um, Buc-ee's is absolutely incredible. Uh, sorry, just give me 1 second because I did realize that I've now got a few more cards that probably play in this that we're gonna talk about later as well. But let me just see if I can squeeze one or two cards onto this roster before it fires. So that who am I playing? Oh, it's a double round. It's a double round robin. Okay. I think I did actually want to see if I can just get a couple of these new pitchers that we're going to talk about. Let me see if I can find a way to squeeze them onto the roster. while we're here, and then I'll go back. So what do we can probably find some points, right? Yeah, I think we can find some points. So maybe get a couple of the starters off. Do that. Quickly throw on another pitcher, and then I think we'll be good. So sorry about that, but I figure I should at least try to update the roster and give it a shot, right? What do we want to run? Yeah, let's try that. Okay. I think we're good. In the meantime, if anyone has a suggestion on the Buc-ee's thing, let's see. All right, give him. What do we got here? I think that's probably all we need. Let's run something like that, and we'll call that good. Okay. Sorry about that. Just figured I should try to make that work. And yeah, but definitely, if anyone, even just other regional stuff, if anyone has suggestions kind of for driving across the country, I usually end up kind of giving talks, a few places in the U.S. and trying to drive across once every year or two. So if anyone has some suggestions, I think this year I'm probably going to do some kind of drive that'll involve getting to, starting around Philadelphia and getting to like at least Lexington, Kentucky, and then maybe across sort of toward Pasadena. So if anyone has some suggestions on that route, definitely happy to hear them, especially for kind of winter type stuff. All right, meanwhile, what do we got? We've got a starting pitcher. They're opening a new Buc-ee's in North Carolina. On like the the main East Coast routes, or like in the mountains. Let's see. What do we got here? Hold on. Whoops, wrong one. All right. Gordon Gracheffo maybe? Guessing Gracheffo. See, Kopp's Frozen Custard in Milwaukee. All right, that's a good one to try. I'm trying to think. I did a version of that trip this year actually. So around, I want to say it was October, I kind of went to Minneapolis, and it was supposed to be, I think, like 60 or 70 when I was there. I looked at the weather a day or two out when I was kind of starting the drive, and somehow by the time I got to Madison, or my previous stop, it was blizzarding. Yeah. But yeah, thanks. I'll definitely try that if I'm around Milwaukee. Let's see. All right, so Gordon Gracheffo, what do we got here? We've got, so first off, 85 stamina, 72 hold runners. These are all really important things to kind of make a starter playable. Just kind of a nice little bonus, and especially because he's now going to be in full silver. I guess the main issue, though, is still he's quite splitty, and the pitcher BABIP is just not quite going to be enough here. So if you just like look at this card versus lefties, for example, and you've got 67 stuff, 77 homer prevention, 70 pitcher BABIP, and 74 control, that's really much more like, some of the low silver cards we were talking about, or even below. So I don't think there's really a good way to run this card as a starter despite the stamina. Now, he does have, a couple pitches that are better than the other. You really want him to just run the fastball slider out of the pen, maybe. But the problem then is you're going to see him almost entirely versus left. Graceffo, is that what you're saying? Graceffo? Let's see, Mr. Audit is giving a nay. All right, so Gracefo then, or Gracefo. All right, so I don't think there's a good way I can see to play this card. Just because of those flaws. So in low silver he might be more interesting, but I think as a 77 we can probably just skip him. So what do we got next? Cam Collier. Okay, so listed as third base. Now 56 defense doesn't sound great, but at least this is the right shape for a third baseman defensively. So it's not a complete disaster. I mean, maybe you could compare it to, like it's a little better shape, for example, than the gold chipper. Actually, it's a better shape really than any of the chippers we're talking about. And there are people that have tried running chipper and getting him to work at third base. It's almost as good of a shape defensively. It's a little worse, but it's almost as good of a shape defensively even as the perfect chipper. So the glove, at least, maybe we're willing to put up with if you've got a bat that's as good as chipper. Now the problem is the bat isn't anywhere close to as good as chipper. 57i just isn't going to work unless you've got kind of everything else. And he's going to hit some singles, but they're going to be empty singles. Not a lot of gap power. So he's going to hit singles and he's going to hit some home runs. But, even though maybe there isn't a big defensive third baseman in silver right now, there are still some, there's still some more serious bats. So, for example, this is where a lot of managers are going to run Blauser, and you're getting a much, much bigger bat, plus a little bit better glove at third. So I kind of can't see where this card enters the meta. I don't have him as, even like a top 10 third base option in silver at this point. In fact, I think even in bronze, you'd struggle because like a card like Dink or there's too many cards that are going to jump in front of him. So I think this is also, see, Mr. Audit's giving it a nay. So clearly I think all right, this is actually the thing that I want to do. So this is part of the reason that I did sign up for the Twitch affiliate stuff, is once that all goes through, I think we're going to be able to get some, like extra emoji and stuff for the chat. So I think that would be a nice thing to be able to do, and I'm going to try to sort of see if we can figure out how to do it. But which actually reminds me, one of the things that helps with that is if we can find a way to get to 1,000 followers, that unlocks a lot of extra stuff. So if anyone hasn't followed yet and feels like doing it, it's greatly appreciated. If we can find a way to get to 1,000, it does unlock a bunch of things. So and I think we've turned Nightbot's thing off where you actually can post stuff. I hope. We tested it the other day and it didn't completely fail. Doesn't mean it won't fail if you do it live, but alright, what do we got next? We've got Masyn Winn. I still feel like if you're going to spell Mason with the Y, I kind of wanted Winn to be spelled with the Y also, But alright. We'll go with Masyn Winn here. So listed as shortstop, and here with 82 range, I think this is enough that if we like the bat, probably we should be willing to run him at short. He's gonna be a bat first shortstop with these ratings, not a glove first shortstop. But if you're willing to put up with the glove, the question is sort of, is the bat good enough, I guess is the way to say it. Because if the bat's good enough, you probably be willing to do it. So what are we getting for the bat? You're getting, the big thing you're getting is you're getting this 92 gap power. You also get, like 74i. Not a lot of power though. So it's really, you're sort of getting walks, you're getting singles, and then you're getting, well, doubles or triples. And I don't know which. He has good speed, a lot of stealing ability, not so good base running for that speed. So, usually the triples ability is a little bit hidden. That's something that's only going to come out when you get some data. But you might get some triples out of him given those speed ratings, and that would be a nice bonus as well. Having said that, I think even in kind of this tier of glove, there are just better bats out there. Like, this is not a lot better bat than Bill Hall, who has a much better glove. But then at the same time, if you want a guy who's going to sort of still get, a bunch of singles and doubles, well, we have, for example, the Build a Lineup George Davis, the silver version of that card, does actually have 97 gap power versus lefties, still 77 versus righties, an 82 range. So that's a card probably that's going to be a little bit ahead. And then at the top of the meta, so Crosetti, was going to be like a glove and eye type. Eddie Lake will be up there. I still think I'd rather run Bill Hall. I think I might even rather run Blauser. I mean, Blauser doesn't have the glove at all, but the bat is so much better that maybe it's worth a try. So I think Masyn Winn just sort of gets caught in that direction. And then in the other direction, you also could just go all glove. So for example, this Silver Ozzy with 93 range, this is also not a disaster of a bat, where I think this also probably grades out a little bit ahead of Masyn Winn. So I've got Winn as around the 9th best, something like that, full silver shortstop. I think depending upon your preference, you could be running any of like Crosetti, Bill Hall, Jeff Blauser, Eddie Lake, George Davis, maybe even Christian Hernandez, although I'd really rather run him somewhere else. Maybe even Eddie Yost. So I don't think there's really a good place to play Masyn Winn. And the other thing to look at, though, is he is a 3-position player and second short in this little bit of center field. So I think it's also worth kind of considering whether, as a 3-position player, that makes him a little better. So for example, second and short, well, Blauser does that, but actually a lot of the second basemen in silver otherwise are not multi-position players. So Eddie Stanky is 1 position, Bobby Grich is 1 position, Nick York is 1 position. If you're looking for multi-position players, if it's not Blauser, it's someone like Dink, who, the problem is I think I actually would grade Dink out a little bit ahead of Masyn Winn at second. It's close, but I think I would actually have Dink a little bit ahead. Plus, of course, Dink is more flexible. And maybe that's really what kills the card, because otherwise the additional flexibility is useful. And as much as you're never really going to want to play this card in center, there are times where just having him in center and like having that be available does bail you out. Maybe you just got into a really tough spot fatigue-wise or something, and you're kind of forced to figure out how to do it. So I don't think it's crazy, for example, to draft this card because of the multi-position thing. On the other hand, one of the things that hurts him in that regard is that Bill Hall actually also has this center field ability. So even if you're kind of looking for somehow a shortstop that backs up center, I think you still then end up, like going for Bill Hall. So it's close. All right, what do we think? Is this actually an F, or is there kind of enough here that you think this is more like a D? We'll let chat decide here. I don't think I can come up with a situation where I really want to play him. But it's close. So I don't know. What does everyone think here? All right, draftable depending on what pops up, but not tournament worthy. Okay, I think that's fair. So then where are you thinking we can grade him? And welcome, by the way, Macon. Let's see, I'm seeing a D. Let's see, I'm seeing a D in the chat. Any other opinions here? What are we thinking? A Y? A D and a Y, huh? We haven't given out a Y before though. I don't quite know what we do with a Y. Yeah, it's a tough. All right. Well, we can give him a D. Let's give him a D. All right. Well, now we're up to gold. So those are the silvers. So kind of just quickly reviewing the silvers. I don't think we saw anything that was completely meta changing in the silvers almost at all. Griff McGarry probably is going to be playable in some capacity, but we're not quite sure if he sticks as a starter. And then we've got, a couple other cards that, maybe you're willing to draft, or maybe, you could try sticking in a build and see if something interesting happens, but probably nothing in the silvers that we're really super enthusiastic about from this set. So let's go on and look at the gold, and let's see if that does a bit better. All right, Kevin Parada. So, okay, we've got another catcher. Qualified to learn about a lot of other positions, but really not a catcher. So 50 catcher ability, 66 on the catcher arm. There's also just not a lot of bat here. I mean, even compared with some of the catches we were looking at, I can't see where you're going to play this card under most circumstances. Okay, so let's say they had a gold floor cap. In a gold floor cap, are you then going to think about playing a card like this? I guess we could ask it that way. But I can't. Oh, sorry. Did I just new league file? Okay, I can't possibly find a way to do it. I think because, for example, I'll pull it up as soon as this goes, but. You can pay 1 point and get, yeah, actually exactly, Jelly, that you can pay 1 point and get Tettleton, and for 1 point you're just getting a much better bat and actually a better glove. So given that, I can't see where, even if you have this card for free, I think you're just always paying a point for Tettleton. Or even some others. I mean, the Logan O'Hoppe we had before, I think, is also, much weaker than Tettleton, but much stronger than this card. Like this, I'm trying to figure out at what level you would play this card. No, there's no level you would play this card because you're playing Mathis ahead of him. Actually. Yeah, you're probably playing Mathis and Perez ahead of this with that catcher ability. Okay, so I think there's actually no level at which this card plays. So I don't understand why this one's a gold. But I think this is absolutely an F, if not an F minus. I think this is actually a pretty easy one. Yeah, is there any? What am I missing here? Is there some situation in which this card becomes interesting? No, I really can't see it. Yeah, I really can't see it. So, all right. let's go on. Let's look at Owen White. So 80 overall starter, righty, and another very splitty starter. 77 stamina, really good glove at pitcher, and actually some pretty good hitting ratings also. So maybe maybe with Owen White, maybe you're getting a guy that in a no DH format becomes a little bit more interesting or something like that. The problem though is this pitcher BABIP, and with 65 pitcher BABIP, like, you're just not even remotely close to the gold meta. I don't think there's anything you can do with that kind of pitcher BABIP that's going to get you close. I mean, let's see. Is there any card? All right. Well, here's the closest card. Here's the closest card with low pitcher BABIP to the meta, and this isn't one that anyone, at least that I've seen, is coming close to running in low gold. So this is about your ideal case with low pitcher BABIP, where it's a righty, but he's got reverse splits. It's a righty, which helps with some of the gold meta. Huge stamina, big hold runners, a ton more stuff, a ton more homer prevention. You can run him out of the pen, and still I don't think anybody's using Charlie Root in low gold. So I think Owen White's just going to be significantly weaker than that. And again, I don't understand why that's kind of a low gold. I think it just is completely missing the meta. So I guess we can go on. How about Tink? How about Tink Hence? Absolute S tier name. But we've also got another pitcher with like this mid-60s pitcher BABIP. So we do have a lot of stuff. We do have a fair amount of homer prevention, a little more control than sort of what we're looking at in return for not getting the stamina. And so having those things is really going to help the card. I just showed you this Charlie Root, and I pointed out that Root was kind of on the fringes of being able to be in a meta like this. Well, this Tink Hence is going to be better than Charlie Root. Yeah, Charlie Root had reverse splits, but Tink Hence versus lefties is still better than Charlie Root versus lefties. Plus, Tink Hence is significantly better versus righties. So I think that means Tink is going to be at least somewhere kind of in the range of of what might be in the meta here. I definitely don't have him as like a top 5 starter even in low gold. I think you always want to run Robin Roberts ahead of him. You want to run Liberatore. You want to run probably a card like the build a lineup Mickey Lolich, Lady Baldwin. And then even if you're looking at him as a starter, the 64 stamina is going to start to be a problem, because these other cards that we're talking about have a lot more. Roberts 99, Lolich is at 90, Liberatore is at 85, Baldwin's 101. Matt Moore is maybe a card that people are looking at there for a lefty option. He at least still has 70 stamina along with the 95 pitcher BABIP. So this is not going to be a high-end starter because it's missing all of those things. But at the same time, there probably is enough here that he should be somewhere in the low gold meta, I would think. Also, in low gold right now, the typical relievers that you're running are mostly converted starters. So that means if you're like the 6th or 7th best starter and you put them in the pen, well, this is going to be a pretty good card out of the pen, because you're dropping that weak changeup, you're dropping the slider, so you're probably going to get a pretty significant stuff boost for him as well. And so I think even with the splits, I think this probably is a solid bullpen card. It's only a bullpen card in low gold. I don't think you're looking at running this card at all in full gold. And there probably aren't enough caps to really justify like really trying to go out and get him. But he probably is somewhere in the meta. So what does that make him? I guess that makes him probably about a C. Like C as in see what you can do with him, but also if you skip him, you're probably okay making it C as in see you later, or something like that. See, this is where I really need the co-host for. Is we need better material, and that's what a good co-host really brings to the table. Yeah. All right, we'll go with C. How about Joey Ortiz? I'm realizing we're still actually not getting the images to load. So if anyone knows what I'm missing to do that, I'm happy to try. But we tried restarting a couple things, and that didn't fix it. Okay, Joey Ortiz. So listed at shortstop, has 86 range, but also eligible to play second and third. And with that 91 arm, he should be a pretty solid defensive player at least two of those positions. Maybe you're not thrilled running him at short with that glove, but you are going to be quite happy with him defensively at the other two positions. So that at least is going to be really valuable. Now, where he's going to suffer is going to be this bat. Essentially in the current meta, if you've got a player that doesn't have power or eye, the bat's just almost unplayable, because those are really your two most important ratings. And I think that's where Joey Ortiz is going to suffer here. Is just the bat is so weak that I don't think you're ever going to really be excited about finding a spot for him on your roster. I guess the question we could ask is, if the defense is that good and he does play three positions, do you consider him as a bench option? So, do you just want a good glove at three positions? The problem is, I think that there are just better options. So, for example, this Eddie Yost is also a three-position player. You're still at least getting 82 range, but the bat's much, much better, and he's also eligible for low gold. You can also run Jeff Blauser, we talked about before, where you're again kind of getting this significantly better bat, and is also going to be a three-position backup option that that hits lefties. So I think even kind of for that, just as soon as you're looking for a bat that doesn't have eye and doesn't have power, I kind of don't see what you're doing in this meta. That just doesn't hit the meta. So I think this is probably just another F. Let's see. All right, Michael Busch. The good news is at least these shapes have kind of been clear enough that we know what to do with them. We're at least not struggling to figure out how to rate some of these. So maybe we're going to get through the stream quickly. We'll see. Clearly going for a short stream tonight, right? Or something like that. So all right, Michael Busch. So he's listed at second, and that's actually a little bit unfortunate, because I think if you listed this card at first base with the ability to play second and gave him these identical ratings, probably the card would now be like a mid-silver, and then this would absolutely be a really interesting meta card because he has this ability to play second as well. He's not, he is listed as second base. He is going to be, he is going to be, sort of a low gold kind of player. So that's what we're looking at. At first base, really there's no way that we're looking at playing this bat in low gold. Ideally we'd prefer some right-handed hitters as you get into gold anyway, but if you're looking at, running a card like this, the problem is at first base, now you're up against, let's say you're looking at him versus righties. Well, now we have this Joey Votto we saw last week, which is just a much, much, much better bat, kind of in every respect. and actually might well be about as good a bat versus lefties as well. So you're not running Bush. You're not running Bush at first. You're only running him at second. And then the question is, are you willing to kind of punt second base defense and run a card with just 59 range? Now you do get a huge bat. Yeah, exactly, Jelly. That Votto is absolutely insane. It's not the only card that's going to compete with him at first. I mean, I'd rather run probably the low silver Lou Gehrig, for example, over this card. Pretty clearly. I'd rather run the silver Ortiz. I'd rather run the limited edition Phelps. Then there's some low golds. Bagwell, Snow. Mike Epstein's splitty, but much better on his good side. Travis Hafner. There's like a new Alvin Davis. I mean, there's a pretty long list of cards at first base that you'd rather run. The thing is, at second base, this is by far the best bat that's at least eligible to kind of go stand at second and like try to throw his glove at things. You're not thrilled to run him because of the defense. You'd much rather run him as a DH, but if you have to have him stand somewhere, he at least has this ability to stand at second base. And I do know that, like early in the cycle, people even tried Bill Joyce at second base, with his 52 range because the bat was so good. And it didn't seem like a completely crazy thing to do. I think managers went away from that pretty quickly when a couple other cards got released. But, it has been tried and it wasn't a disaster. So I think if Michael Busch actually sticks at second, then the card's very, very interesting. Then this probably becomes, maybe even an A-tier card. You essentially then have an offense-defense choice. You have the choice between, would you rather run, let's say, Michael Busch in low gold, and you get this huge bat, especially versus righties, or you could run Max Bishop, who also is much better versus righties, but really is almost entirely a glove. No power, basically a lot of walks and some singles. And my model at least still has Bishop pretty significantly ahead because I do think you just get a lot of value for range in middle infield. And I know we sort of think about shortstop as being the premium position for this, but there are so many just left-handed pull hitters that second base also ends up being a really important position defensively. And I think because of that, I don't think I'm going to be willing to run Michael Busch at second. I definitely am running, Votto instead of him at first. On the other hand, he's maybe a good enough bat that he's in the mix at DH, especially because even though Michael Busch, is better versus righties, this is not a complete disaster versus lefties either. You're still getting a really solid bat. So you're losing 5 points of I, 3 of gap power, 4 of power, 3 of BABIP. So it's a little bit weaker. But the kind of card you're comparing it with, this Jim Thome, for example, Thome is going to be better versus righties, but Busch is going to be better versus lefties by a pretty significant margin. So if you have to run one of them as a DH, I think that's actually pretty comparable. And you might decide that having a DH that can back up second in a pinch is more valuable than a DH that can back up third, especially given that, kind of as I had mentioned, some of the other cards that play second in the low gold meta are just one position cards. So you kind of want more flexibility with one of your second basemen. Or at least you don't want to run two of them where you're running a one position backup. So I think it's a little tough to figure out what to do with Busch. If you think Busch sticks at second base, then it's probably an A-tier card. If you don't, if you're evaluating him as a DH, I think he does grade out probably a little bit behind Tomei. And then the card's probably not that interesting. So where does that leave him? Maybe split the difference and just give him a B for Bush. How about that? That sound about fair to everyone in chat? Just sort of split the difference here. Probably the card will get pushed one way or the other depending on whether you're willing to run him at second base. And if you are willing to run him at second base, you want to bump him up a grade here. All right, what do we got next here? We've got Jake Eater, I'm guessing. Could be Etter. I'm going to guess Eater, but please feel free to correct me in chat. I don't have a pronunciation guide for these, and I'm not familiar enough with kind of some of the prospects or the college baseball system or something to really know who they are coming in, I'm afraid. So let's see what we got here. So we've got a left-handed starter. 75 stamina is probably enough that you can think about him as a starter. Really, really splitty, which maybe you can get away with a little more as a lefty, and also would convert quite well to the pen if you wanted to do that. So against lefties with that 89 pitcher BABIP, huge stuff, decent home run prevention, this looks like a really solid lefty specialist who can also face righties, if you have to do it. So at a minimum, I think we are going to evaluate him as like a really strong lefty specialist. But on the other hand, as much as he's very splitty, these ratings versus righties are still pretty good for low gold. Even if you sort of assume that he's really going to have like a 70, close to a 77 pitcher BABIP. And notice, by the way, what I was saying about, kind of the way that the overall stuff is evaluated, that it's much more heavily weighted for righties than lefties, the way the overall rating's done. Like here you see the stuff, it's 115 versus lefties, 99 versus righties, and then you're getting, 103 overall. So, are you posting grades in Discord? We haven't done that. We could try to set something up, but they'll always be there. There's a VOD afterwards, and all of these also eventually get posted to YouTube as well, so you should be able to go through that also. There should be a link, hopefully on the Twitch page, there should be a link to the YouTube thing. Is there not? I hope there is. Yeah, there is. There's a link. There's a link on the page to the YouTube playlist. So, okay, yeah. So Jake, I think, even though you might want to run him against lefties, and it would be great if you could run him with an opener, I think this is probably enough versus righties that he's still going to be viable. So, for example, like maybe a good card to compare him with would be someone like Matthew Liberatore, where, we're still running Liberatore in low gold pretty often. And it's again the same sort of shape, but Liberatore is a little bit more balanced, whereas Jake Eater has a lot more stuff, but also does have sort of more home run prevention, more pitcher BABIP in return for less control. And I end up kind of grading these out to be pretty similar, assuming you've got a righty heavy setup. On the other hand, if you can run him in a low gold cap where you're not going to be able to platoon and you're going to get him against a lot more lefties. So even in a righty heavy setup, I have Eater as about the number 5 starter in low gold. So, definitely someone that you're willing to start. But he's going to move up, to either number 1 or number 2 if you run him against a sample which is evenly split between lefties and righties, just because of how dominant he's going to be at low gold against lefties. So the more you get to run this card in a cap, I think the more interesting he's going to be. You're almost certainly not going to be able to run him in open gold because that is such a right-handed heavy format on the hitting side because the pitchers are so lefty heavy. So I think that means he's like solidly in the meta. Probably, yeah. I think that probably puts him somewhere around a B. You know, he's not a must-have card. He's definitely a card you can skip. I suppose, as you can see so far, no, I didn't. Why did I buy? I bought him for the mission. That's what I did, I think. Yeah, because he's not a card I went and bought for. I didn't buy him for. Okay, I don't know why I bought him, because he's not a card that I bought to actually run in anything yet. But it looks like I ended up with one. Yeah, I don't know why. But I think if you have him, you may try running him in a low gold or something. So yeah, maybe somewhere around a B. I don't think you're going to be super excited about drafting him in, you know, kind of a gold round, but you probably are willing to, you know, if need be. You know, certainly if they had a low gold round, you'd be more excited about drafting him. Yeah, maybe that's about fair. All right, moving on. We got Brian Ramos. Okay, so listed at third, plays second, but given these defensive ratings, you really never want him playing second. He's got to be a third baseman. And he's a right-hand hitting third baseman who has some power and is going to be better against lefties, which is a really good fit for the meta, you know, if everything else works. Unfortunately, I think the problem here is this just isn't as good of a bat as some of the other bat first third basemen that are going to be available even at low gold. So for example, you know, this is sort of a, you know, what do we got? 92 power versus left, 98 gap power, and the gap power is huge here. But on the other hand, where am I? Here we go. On the other hand, we've got this Bautista, who, you know, yes, he's better against righties than lefties, but even against lefties, you're now up to 110 power, you're up to 99 I, and so as a two-way card, this is going to be much better, but even versus lefties, you might end up being fine with Bautista. And then there are a couple other options. So like as an intermediate option that, you know, for a little bit different shape bat, there's also this Miguel Vargas. So this is more like a balanced bat. You know, he's going to get he's going to get on base with a mixture of singles and walks. You still have a fair bit of gap power. You know, kind of these funny splits. So, you know, something like that. So I think that means that it's going to be tough to figure out anywhere we really want to play Brian. I've got him 7th among low gold third basemen. So I think this is maybe just another example of a card where if you had released this one a month and a half ago, I think we would have been a lot more interested in it, like as part of a Future Legend 1 set. But now that we're in July and we're that much further along in the meta and there are that many other cards that have been released, you know, so for example, 3 of the cards that I have ahead of him are tournament edition cards that came out in this latest batch. And so I think because of that, this probably is just an F tier card. I don't think there's a way we're really going to find to run him. All right, next, Bo Naylor. Not the live version, although it's actually kind of funny that if you look at the shape of the live version, it's actually a little bit different than the shape of the bat here. You know, normally I would have expected they'd be pretty similar because they're kind of working from the same source. So I wonder what the difference is coming from. But all right, we got a low gold catcher, 65 catcher ability. So yeah, maybe you're willing to let him stick at catcher. You're probably not thrilled with what he's going to give you defensively. But then the problem is there are just so many options at catcher that give you a lot more. For one fewer point, we've got this Mickey Tettleton, just big power, big eye, and you're still getting 78 catcher ability. So I can't really find a way that we're going to be able to play Naylor here. Okay, he does have third base eligibility, but kind of not enough defensively, and then the bat's just not nearly good enough compared with some of the things we saw. I think this is just a completely understated card now for where we're at in the meta. Again, I think this is again one of the ones where if we had reversed it, if this card had come out earlier, you might have thought about an offensive catcher. Now you're sort of comparing him with not Tettleton or Mathis or Romo, but you're comparing him maybe with Petway and trying to figure out if there's enough of a bat here. But now these cards have been released. Whereas on the other hand, let's say Drew Romo had come out in this set. I think Drew Romo would still be sort of in the same place in the meta, and we'd actually be pretty excited about, kind of another defensive catcher to compete with Mathis. So I think that I really feel like that's kind of a common theme here, is that these two sets just came out backward maybe. But with that in mind, I think this just is an F tier card. So all right, what do we have next? We have I think we said it was Andy Pius. Is that what we decided the pronunciation was? I remember there was a little discussion of that on DishNet stream. So yeah, one of the cards featured on stream, and he's got a ton of power, decent amount of eye, so this is definitely a big bat. Defensively, with the 58 range, okay, it's nice that he's eligible to play center. This is really only a left fielder with these defensive ratings. So that's kind of where we're going to have to compare him. And even for left fielders, this really is going to be a very big bat. So I have him, he's not quite a top 5 to 10 bat, I think, overall in low gold right now. But almost all of the top bats we're looking at for various reasons don't end up playing left field. So maybe the cards that we're comparing him with, something like the Eric Davis that just came out, if you want sort of a, to stick a bat there. The Miguel Vargas we just looked at, Joey Weimer, Grady Sizemore even, and this should be a little bit better bat than all of those options. The problem though is going to be the glove. That 58 range makes it difficult to see if he's really, even if you're willing to punt left field defense, which you often are, there's just not a lot of left field defense there, to be punting. And I think that's really going to be the tricky thing with this card, because as a DH, you're still not getting quite enough. We looked at that Michael Busch, for example, earlier. That Michael Busch is probably going to be another 10 points of WOBA or something better as a DH. So I think you are running Michael Busch over this card if you have to DH one of them. And then there are a few other kind of options there. I mean, I think even a card like the if you're in low gold, then the gold Lou is not playable, but the silver Lou is, and even that card probably would be a little bit better DH than this card, depending upon exactly what you're trying to do. Maybe in a cap this card becomes a little bit better because the power is going to be better at punishing, the power is maybe going to be better at punishing the back end of the bullpen than what we had. So, something like that. But I think that's kind of the issue with this card, is he sort of gets caught in between. But having said that, he's got a big bat, and we like our big bats. I think that means probably this isn't a card you would really hate drafting if you get stuck. So, yeah, maybe this is probably about a D for draftable. It is a big bat, but it's not quite a big enough bat if it can't play the field, and so I think that's what kind of sinks it. But it wouldn't shock me to see some people trying to run it because of the big bat, and maybe there's a way to make it work in a cap. Maybe we'll decide when we come back to it that really should be more like a C for cap. All right, next, Edwin Arroyo. So this is actually the kind of shape card that we've seen a bit before. We've got a 90 range, so we've got a really solid, defensive player. Second, third, and short, still eligible for low gold. The problem is just there's no bat, and without a bat, it's going to be hard to find a way to get this, into the meta, because there are cards, as we had seen, that do have these features, but also have a little bit more of a bat. Like if you're going to run a shortstop, another one we haven't mentioned yet on the stream, is this tournament edition Joe Sewell, for example. If, this is probably your better third base option or something. So there are just a bunch of different cards like that in the meta, and this is also going to be a significantly better bat. So if you had to run this card at short, it probably ends up being a better combination there as well. And there's even another future legend that we're going to come to in a moment that probably is a little bit better combination, as a glove first shortstop than this is going to be. So I don't think there's a good way to get Arroyo into the meta. A lot of what we would have wanted to do with trying to get Arroyo into the meta maybe would be as a multi-position backup. But then so many of your options at second base, do, like Eddie Yost, Jeff Blauser. So many of them do play three positions that I don't think there's a way you're going to get Arroyo into the build. Hey, yeah, great to see some first-time chatters. What we do is we do post the VOD of these afterwards. It's on Twitch for a while, and then it ends up on YouTube as well. So that's probably the easiest way to kind of go see some of the past ratings and all that. And there should be a link to that. Actually, I can put the link in the chat as well. But there's also a link to that just on, kind of on the page. But yeah, welcome. And if you get a chance, we'd love to get a follow, because that also helps us. If we can get enough followers, then that also unlocks some additional emotes and stuff for the chat. So great. But yeah, welcome. Yeah, glad you found us, and if there are any tournament formats or something you want to discuss, feel free to ask some questions, and we'll try to get to them. Usually I've got a co-host on the stream. Isidafo is currently traveling, so we're kind of trying this one solo today, but hopefully that just means we're in for a short stream, right? Let's see. As for Arroyo, I think the problem is just the bat can't play in gold. This really is sort of like a bronze level bat combined with good defense. But then there are even bronze combinations of that probably would have been a little bit better. You'd rather play Dink probably than this card because of the flexibility. So I think this one's probably just going to be an F. So maybe let's move on to Evan Carter. All right, 75 range, 3-position outfielder where I think it's going to be tough for him to stick at center unless the bat's enormous. Okay, qualified to run first. The bat has to be even bigger there. The problem is this just isn't even remotely a big bat. So, again, let's just compare it to the Eric Davis that we just saw. You're just kind of getting significantly more here. The power, basically you've taken some of the BABIP and just turned it into power. You've turned it into gap power, and you've turned it into I. So you're basically turning singles into extra base hits and homers, and that's just always a much better bat. Plus, you now get 82 range in the outfield, and you get it in a silver. So I think that also just is immediately going to make this card pretty much unplayable, I'm afraid. Maybe just another example of a card where I think he would have been a lot more exciting, a month and a half ago, but I can't find a way to use him in any of the current low gold metas, or really even really anywhere, probably down to low silver, because of Eric Davis and Becker and a few of those others. All right, Carson Williams. Why did that? Let's try that again. Carson Williams. So only a shortstop, qualified to learn other positions, but completely untrained. So only a shortstop. You get 85 range, so that is enough that he can stick at short. He's a righty with slight splits, a little bit better against lefties, which in the gold metas is definitely not bad. And I think, unlike some of the others we looked at, this is at least going to be a little bit more viable bat, because you are at least up to 69 on the eye. You're at 80 on the power, a little better against lefties. So it's not a great bat, but you're now getting a lot more gloves, so you at least have to kind of look at this and evaluate. So when we looked at Arroyo, or we looked at Brian Ramos or something like that, there kind of wasn't going to be enough in the bat to really kind of make that work. Here there's enough in the bat that if you want a glove first shortstop, I think this is one of the cards you probably want to stop and evaluate with that 85 range, and at least a little bit of a bat. So if we kind of try to do that, so I do have him, I'm looking, it looks like around 7th among low gold shortstops. So he's not a card that I think I'm kind of racing to go out and get. I think the gap between him and some of the bat first shortstops is big enough that you'd rather play the bat first ones. But also maybe the card that really hurts him here is Frankie Crosetti, because this is a card that has 90 infield range, but even just kind of this enormous eye is enough that the total value of this bat is like probably kind of close there. So so I think that's enough that probably that's the way you'd want to, I think you'd rather go with a card like Crosetti if you had to pick, just because you're getting 5 extra points of range with all of these other things. So I think it's going to be hard to find a really good place to slot him in, but at the same time, he isn't solid enough defensive option that I think you might be willing to draft this card. Well, Crosetti you're certainly willing to draft, sorry, but going back, but Carson Williams, I think you might be willing to draft Carson Williams. You are getting a fair bit of power, so this is more like the Bill Hall kind of shape that you're going for, but with 85 range instead of 90. So I don't know, where does that put him? What do we think? Is this, does he get up to a D for defense? Is this just still unplayable? What does everyone think? Curious what the check that. Okay. Still rather run Hall? Yeah, I might. I mean, you might rather run someone like Hall. I think you'd certainly rather run Crosetti. Um, yeah, I guess if you'd rather run Hall, then probably this is just still an F tier card, isn't it? All right. Well, let's give him an F, and I'm just gonna kind of scroll down a little bit. See how we're doing. Okay, great. So what do we got next here? We've got Raphael. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I've got to add the 6 PTCS cards to this list. I have not done that yet, have I? All right, we'll do that at the end, I guess. So Rafaela, let's see what we got for Rafaela. Okay, so first off, an interesting defensive profile. So a really good thing about this card is he plays 5 positions, and you're actually willing to let him play all 5 of them defensively. So this means just for the ability to build a roster around him, that is actually going to be quite a bit of value. So if you're thinking about trying to run this card as a multi-position backup, that defensive value is going to be really solid. Now the problem we have is there's just nothing at all in the bat. I mean, there's some gap power, which is a nice bonus, but you're kind of getting a player who doesn't walk, doesn't hit home runs, and probably also doesn't really hit singles. I mean, he just there isn't a way that this card gets on base. And if you're going to be that much of a zero with the bat, I think even this kind of really strong defense isn't enough, because 85 range is not enough that you want to play him at short. I mean, that's the same thing that Carson Williams had, and Carson Williams has a better bat than this. There are some very real bats at second. So if you took this card and just gave him, another 30 points of I, now this is someone that I think you're very happy to build a roster, where you use him as a multi-position backup, and the flexibility is great. But I think here it's just enough of a zero offensively. I don't think there's any way you can find to run him. So as much as I'm a Red Sox guy, I think this probably is just completely unplayable. Maybe it would have been a little more interesting a month and a half ago, but even there, I think I can't find a way to make this shape work in the current meta. You've got to at least be bringing, I think, something with the bat in order to make this all viable. Otherwise, yeah. All right. Next, we're on to Open Gold. So on to Open Gold. Kyle Manzardo. All right, so first baseman. Not a wonderful defensive first baseman, but that's fine. We're basically looking at him, essentially for the bat. And the good news is that this is a big bat, and so this is an interesting card. I think the main problem is this is just a card that came out too late. I think if this card had come out like a month and a half ago, this would have been the top first baseman. And yes, he's a left-handed hitter. He has sort of some splits, so it's not quite clear how well he would fit into the current gold meta. We had the same problem with Christian Casas, right? Not quite fitting into the current meta, being, I'll pull Casas up, really strong card, absolute meta card against right-handed pitching, but the more there isn't right-handed pitching in the game, the more you kind of end up skipping this card anyway. Okay, but then since then, there's also a gold Lou Gehrig, where this card has kind of funny splits, but you're happy to run him against the lefties as well. And now if you want to have a card that hits righties, we've got this this Votto card that came out, which not that Votto card, this Votto card which came out, which is exactly the card you want to have against righties. So I think the problem is that Manzardo is just a big bat where power creep kind of got to him. If they had switched Future Legends 1 and Future Legends 2, it would have worked out nicely. You would have had Manzardo would have been your top gold first baseman for a while, and then later on Casas comes out and is very splitty, but then maybe even though he's very splitty, the more righties that come out in the meta, the more you think about using that anyway. But I think now Manzardo just ends up behind these other cards, and they're cards that have been out there long enough that almost anyone that wants a copy has one. Maybe not the Votto yet, but Casas, for example, I think anybody that wants a copy of this card probably has is able to get one pretty easily by now. Actually, how much is the Lou going for? I wonder. I haven't looked at that recently. Okay, yeah. So I think probably if you really want to get a gold Lou Gehrig, you also can find a way to do it. So I think that means probably, I mean, it feels like a really good bat to end up giving it an F, but I can't figure out a way to actually play this card anywhere. I think it's just behind cards that are too easy to get right now. And yeah, and as a DH, it's still pretty far behind the pack is the problem. Like as a DH, this is not a top 10 bat. So you have to run him at a position somewhere. Yeah, I think this just ends up being an F, and it's too bad because it's kind of a nice card, and it's an F for this would have been fun if it had been released at a different time. But now it doesn't quite fit. Yeah, L for too late. Yeah, I think that's kind of the problem. I think I think we've seen that for a lot of this set. I think it does feel like the power creep went backward a little bit. That this is the set that should have been released first, and the FL2 set should have been like the previous, the one that was released a month and a half ago, and that would have been like a really good fit. But unfortunately, this is kind of what came out. So I think this probably ends up being an F or an L for too late. All right, Kobe Mayo. On our food theme team, if we manage to put it together for sure. So what do we got here? Listed at third base. Certainly can play first. Probably defensively can stick at third though. You definitely don't want him in right field. And this is a really splitty bat, but an excellent bat against righties, and probably still at least a very good bat against lefties. So against righties, you've got 95 I, you've got 97 power. I think a lot of the time we look at these cards that end up in gold, and we're kind of sitting here saying, why didn't they make this card in 84? If you made this card eligible for low gold, I'd play him all the time, but in full gold, it's just too much of a step up. Like the Zobrist is a good example of this, where that Diamond Zobrist at 95 got very little use, and at 94 would have been a really fun card for a while. But this one I think actually feels okay. I think this one, the bat is so good that this might have been too powerful as a low gold. It might have crowded out, for example, if you were thinking about running a card like Michael Bush as a DH, this is a card that would have crowded out Michael Bush, whereas now Bush becomes a little bit more viable. Let's see, you're also getting really funny splits because this is a right-handed bat that has these splits, and that's also kind of just unfortunate in the current meta. If you told me that we had an excellent hitting right-handed third baseman in gold, I would have said that's exactly what you need for the current meta. It's going to hurt all of these lefties that everybody's been running, and kind of try to make it a little bit more balanced. This is kind of exactly what's needed. But the problem is this is actually a right-handed bat that wants to hit righties. This is kind of the same reverse split. We've got a few of these. Mike Schmidt is another good example. We've had this Schmidt around since the beginning of the game, where again right-handed hitter, but has these big reverse splits. So that's made it a little bit tougher for him to fit into the gold meta now than if he had kind of a typical right-handed hitter splits. And I think the same is probably true for Mayo. I would definitely prefer this card if his splits were reversed, as you normally would have expected for a righty. And actually, I wonder, is this something? I kind of now want to pull up the scouting report. I'm curious where this came from. Is this coming from his minor league stats, I wonder, that he has a big reverse split? Or is there actually some reason, like in the scouting report, where that ends up happening? I don't know if anyone, kind of knows enough about him. Let me see if I can find Baseball Reference, I believe, does have these splits, right? Okay, yeah, wow. And looking at the stats, this is in fact what he's doing. Verse right-handed pitching, 345, 466, 680, 1146 OPS. And versus lefties, 237, 333, 474, 807. So absolutely mashing the ball anyway, but especially against righties. And I do just kind of wonder where that split's coming from, because it's just sort of a really weird split. I don't know. Does anyone know enough about him to kind of know where that might be coming from? But okay. Meanwhile, see if someone in chat maybe knows a little more about this. So as for what that actually means for the card, yeah, the reverse split does not help him in the current meta. I'd like to think it will help him, maybe as the meta evolves and some more right-handed pitchers start to come in, and we'll talk about that in a couple of players here. Having said that, it's still a really big bat, and the glove isn't great, but is better than some of the low glove third base options we have. And so when you combine that, I think this probably is a card that that I would want to start at third base. I'm not completely sure. We're going to have to talk about Colson Montgomery in a little bit, and that's going to be part of the competition here. But at least over the things we've had so far, I have the bat. Yes, the bat's behind the gold Chipper Jones still. So, but Chipper really has to be a DH, and this is a card that can stick at third. So I think you can play both. I think this is going to be a better bat, for example, than the Mike Schmidt we just saw. That Schmidt now probably more, becomes a shortstop or something. He grew up in a town where there were no lefties, so he had no exposure to the concept. Well, that would be a great story. I feel like that can't possibly be true, though. That would be hilarious. But no, all these guys must have played, like a lot of travel ball and all that, right? Uh, I don't know. I will say though, I'm kind of rooting for that to be the correct story, just because that would be hilarious. Um, so I really want you to be telling the truth about that one. Okay, so where does that put the card? I think I do want to run this card at third base. Again, we'll talk about Colson Montgomery. I'm not interested in him as a first baseman or a right fielder, although the fact that he's eligible at first maybe makes it a little bit easier because it does mean, first base is one of these positions where you don't need the backup very often, so you could actually start him at third and have him be the only first base backup if you got desperate. I don't think that's likely to ever happen though, because I think at the moment you're probably going to run both Votto and Gehrig on your gold rosters in anything that has any right-handed pitching at all, and so you automatically have a first base backup in there. So yeah. So I think this probably is going to be a really solid gold third baseman. Let's see, is it quite A tier? I think this would certainly be an A tier card if there were enough righties in the meta for him to attack. Without enough righties, it's closer, but he still might be the top gold third base option. So maybe it still is an A tier card, or maybe it's more like a B. What does everyone think in chat here? What do you think we want to give Coby Mayo here? I think he's definitely somewhere in the conversation for sure, and we do like our big bats, and this is a big bat that can actually play the field a little bit. Yeah. Meanwhile, if anyone wants to sell B. Hambles and Nolan Ryan, I think we can. What is Nolan Ryan going for at the moment? We can take a look. 20K with a lot of buy orders actually. So I should check in on my buy orders, but maybe that's not a smart thing to do on stream given given the way this goes. So yeah. So what do you think? All right, B now, A later. How about we go like an A minus or something? Yeah, let's go. Maybe split the difference. Yeah. So Manzardo, we ended up with an F because we just couldn't find anywhere to play him. The problem is that he's behind He's kind of behind three first basemen that are pretty widely available, and if you're kind of the number 4 option, there's kind of nowhere to put you. He doesn't play anything but first base and DH, and so if you're the number 4 option, and I'm thinking about him as like the number 4 option versus righties, because he's also a bit splitty. So you also got to throw Votto in there. If you're going to include Mead and you're thinking about kind of two-way players, then the fact that Manzardo is split is also going to be a problem. And so I think the problem is that most people who are playing these tournaments, like all the players that we just mentioned, except Votto, are fairly cheap to get right now. Votto's not that expensive if you buy him directly. He only needs one of the new Topps cards. So I think Manzardo, if he came out a month and a half ago or something, would have been an excellent card. But just all the cards that have been released since have pushed him down enough, like far enough in the meta. I just don't ever see where you're going to end up playing him, I think is the problem. Forgot it. Yeah. No, I mean it's easy to forget about one of the advantage of, I kind of get to cheat in the sense that, I've got kind of a model in front of me, so, I should have the whole card database. You still forget about you still forget about cards sometimes, though. Like I looked back at the whole Future Legends set, from before, and there were definitely cards that I, completely just didn't remember they had released and stuff when I was like getting ready for this one. All right, what do we got next? We got Brayan Rocchio. Wow, that's about the flattest profile I've seen. Has anyone seen a flatter profile than this for a live card? Basically just like 55 across the board, essentially. If anyone's got an even flatter one, that would be fun. So does that mean he has a flat? Yeah, and he has a really flat profile here too. Maybe slightly lower on the eye, which I guess you're seeing in the live card also, but basically just pretty close to a dead flat profile. Okay, the problem is the eye is the thing you least want to kind of have be flat here, and with 81 range, he's really not a shortstop. With 59 arm, he's really not a third baseman, and even at second base, I think the 81 range is going to be a problem in gold. So I don't think there's any real way we're going to be able to get Rocchio into the meta here. Yeah, I think this one's actually one we can pretty quickly discard. So let me just do a quick check while we're between here. Let me just do a quick check to see how many tournaments I got knocked out of, all that good stuff. Always good to keep the slots filled while we're at it, right? Low diamond cap. Yeah, let's play a low diamond cap. Why not? Unless there's anything else that needs help filling. All right. Sounds good. So where are we at here? Daniel Espino. I think this maybe was also one of the cards that was flashed up on stream when DishNet went through it. So let's see. As soon as this loads, let's take a there. So here we go. So Espino, right-handed starter. He's moderately splitty, especially in kind of the pitcher BABIP, which is going to be pretty important, but even moderately splitty across the board. Also, only 65 stamina. So compared with a lot of these gold starters in the current meta, this is really far too low, and this is something we're going to have to worry about. The other thing is it is sort of a high stuff card, but maybe also high control card. So maybe with that stamina, he might be efficient enough to still give us 6+ innings. I'm not quite sure. If it were a low stuff high control card, I think I'd be more inclined to think he's gonna be enough of an innings eater that it's not a problem. But I think it's going to be a little bit tougher at at high stuff, just because striking people out does mean you throw a lot of pitches. But the big thing about this card, he's got a lot of pitcher BABIP. He's got 85 pitcher BABIP against lefties and 92 against righties. And normally, what I would like to say is, well, if you've got a starter and he's very splitty, you're going to have a problem because he's going to face a lot of lefties. But the thing is, in the current gold meta, a lot of people are running 5 lefty starters, and therefore managers respond to that by running a very right-handed heavy lineup. Well, if you've got a right-handed heavy lineup, then let's say you're platooning 4 positions. You're probably not platooning catcher, you're probably just running starter backup. Well, that's only 4 lefties that you get to get in the lineup. So he's actually still facing a decent number of righties. And because of that, I think this card is not going to be punished right now as much for being splitty as a lot of the others. So in fact, in the current meta, I've just got this as my number one starter if you can run him as a starter. If you can't, if you have to run him out of the pen, well, he still is going to, kind of be a bullpen ace, someone that you could run as a stopper or in high leverage situations. But I think the real key question with this card is, can you run him as a starter? If you can run him as a starter, this is at least an A tier card, maybe a little bit better. If he has to be a bullpen arm, probably a little bit lower than that. Now it's kind of more in the range where cards start to become a little bit fungible. But I think he still would be a card that's good enough that you absolutely would want him in all of your gold bullpens. I think my instinct on him is I'm going to try him as a starter. You can see I did go and buy him. I think I'm going to try him as a starter, but I suspect that as soon as the meta kind of has a little more of a balance between righties and lefties, I'm going to very quickly decide that I want him to be a reliever. And especially I want him to be a reliever coming in after some of my lefties. So that's my best guess. I'm really not quite sure how people are going to end up running him. But I do think there's probably still an A tier card where even if you're running him out of the bullpen, this is a card you're going to want in all of your builds. This isn't quite the kind of S tier card that say, and you need to play him in every cap or anything like that. The stamina really prevents him from being a key cap card because he's not going to go deep into games. But I think just in terms of quality, this is an A tier card, and just one or two more of these in addition to Espino might be enough to flip the gold meta and make it more balanced. This is actually the kind of card where the more you run him, the more some of these bats, like Joey Votto, go from being merely really good but no place to play to absolute S tier. I think we had this discussion with Votto last week, and the thinking was, in the actual gold meta, it's not even quite clear you play Votto because there are so few righties, but you're probably playing Votto in almost every cap format. I'm actually doing the same thing. In this PTCS, I'm not sure if Votto plays in the gold PTCS, but I am playing him in the diamond. And it's just what the meta looks like. So I think Espino right now really hits the meta perfectly and takes advantage of it. Maybe this is the opposite. For Mayo, we sort of said maybe he's like a B now or an A later. Espino is sort of the opposite. This is an A now, and maybe will become a B once the meta balances a little bit more. But I think right now this is an A tier card and kind of exactly what we want in gold. What do we got next? Ariel Amador. Okay, so this is sort of a contact and gap power and eye bat, which is nice. You've kind of got all three. Always nice if you had a little bit more. But if you're going to have a bat without power, you'd love to have everything else, and this has at least enough little bits of everything else to be interesting. The bat's at least the right shape, even if there's maybe not quite enough of it. Similarly on the defense, 81 range is really not enough to play short, but maybe you're willing to back up short. It's not quite what you'd love at second base either, only 72 on the turn double play. Actually looking at the defensive ratings, maybe third base is even the most interesting place if you could find a way to put him there. So he's kind of in this funny position where he's sort of good at everything but power, but not really excellent at any of the key things. And as best I can tell, just kind of running the model on him, what that means is that adds up to kind of just not quite being enough, but maybe being in the frame if you want a two-position backup. I've got him like as the 7th best second baseman and 5th best shortstop right now. But a lot of those second basemen, still are potentially single position players, or someone like if you're running Michael Busch, his other position is first base. Max Bishop's only a second baseman. Sammy Strang is still in the meta, but he's not second and short. He's second in outfield. So maybe that means this is a guy who's viable as a backup. I think I at least would draft him for the flexibility if I had to. But I don't think you're excited about starting him at any of these positions. So, yeah, maybe that makes him sort of a D tier card. He's in the frame. He's maybe doable, but maybe D for like be willing to draft him, but probably don't feel you have to go out of your way or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think that's probably about in the right ballpark. So, all right, what do we got next? Jason Dominguez. Yankee, just give him an F and move on, right? All right, I guess we'll look at the card. Okay, listed as 3 positions, but again, 74 range. Maybe has enough of an arm that you could think about sticking him in right. I really don't think you want to try to put him in center if you can at all avoid it. The thing is, the bat really is excellent. So he's a switch hitter, which is going to be nice for some of these lefties. Pretty balanced bat, but maybe marginally better versus lefties even, which is still the right thing for the current meta. Yeah, do it. Just give him an F for a Yankee. All right. We're gonna give him an F for a Yankee, but we'll evaluate the card anyway. We'll evaluate the card anyway, because the card actually sort of would be playable if it didn't have a Yankee logo on it. So, let's take a look at it anyway. So yeah, the bat, I think maybe one comparison here, we could compare it with the Mike Trout that we just got. And this is probably just a little bit better of a bat. We also have 86. Sorry, not that's the live Trout. Here we go. This Trout, sorry, is also probably a little bit better of a bat, although it's close. But this one also does have kind of these reverse splits. So Dominguez might be a little bit better against lefties. This is also left and center, and you've got 80 range here. Whereas Dominguez only has 74. And I think for those reasons, probably Trout is the one of the two you're going to play in center. I don't think you're willing to let Dominguez play center. I think you've got to put him in a corner. But in a corner, especially being a switch hitter, I think this probably is going to be one of the best bats you can put there. We've had trouble finding good bats to put in corner outfield at a few levels so far this cycle. And this is a better bat than, certainly is a better bat than, like Montalvo or Allison. I've got the bat as being maybe marginally better than Sammy Strang. But this card's going to be better defensively than Strang. And so, yeah, it's a Yankee and I have to give him an F, but actually this is probably closer to an A or B tier card. If we were not going to give him the Yankee rating. Yeah, so we probably should give him a little bit more honest rating, I guess. So I think he would definitely be an A tier card if we thought he could stick at center. In a corner, maybe it's a little bit tougher. I guess if he's ahead of Strang and he's still a switch hitter that can play against lefties, yeah, maybe this is probably still an A tier card. Hate to give that to a Yankee, and to a clearly overrated Yankee prospect. I really hope, because otherwise we're going to be in trouble. But yeah, that's probably where the card is. So, all right. What do we got next? All right. How about our last gold, Colson Montgomery? All right, so eligible at third and short. He's listed as shortstop, but only has 67 range, so you really don't want to let him play short. Now, this is by far the biggest bat that we have available at shortstop, though. And it's a big enough bat that actually the model I've got is sort of saying this is a card that's like probably like 4 WAR a season or something better than a card like Mike Schmidt at short, if you wanted to run him that way. But then you're giving up about like 3.8 WAR or something of defense. So it's really kind of a tough card to evaluate. Maybe the bat is so good that in some formats you just run him at shortstop because he claims he's a shortstop. Tell him to just mash the ball and hope you get away with it. Like, the bat is that good for, compared with every shortstop. If you think about him as a third baseman instead, it's more interesting. So there, the bat is still excellent, but we just looked at Coby Mayo, and again, if I had both cards, I'd kind of do the comparison. Probably Mayo's bat's a little bit better. Maybe not as much quite yet, when it's only against lefties, but as a two-way bat, Mayo's bat's probably, a decent amount better. On the other hand, defensively, you're kind of getting 80 arm here from Mayo, 64 range. So Colson Montgomery actually has a higher third base rating here, but the shape maybe isn't as good. You'd actually rather a few more of those points be an arm. So I think it's a close decision. If you're playing one of them at third, this is probably the other card that you want to consider because the bat's so good. If Colson Montgomery were good enough to DH, it would be no problem. You DH him, you let him back up both positions. It's great to have a DH that can back up shortstop and third. But like with Coby Mayo, the bat's really good, but it's probably not quite good enough to DH. So I think if you're playing him, you kind of have to make a decision to put him in the field somewhere. The funny thing is, even though this is the left-handed hitter and Mayo's the right-handed hitter, I almost want to play both of them, and I want a reverse split platoon, where we're letting Mayo, the righty, actually hit the righties that he mashes, and we're letting Montgomery try the lefties or something like that. I feel like that can't possibly be the right answer, but it almost seems to add up best. So I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking this is definitely at least somewhere in the meta. There's probably another just sort of A or B tier card. Whether it's an A or a B really depends on where you think you're willing to play him defensively. And I guess because the bat's worse than Mayo, maybe if Mayo's sort of the A minus, maybe this is like the B tier card instead. But both of them are probably in the same range. Maybe this is at least like a B plus. Like it's pretty close to where Mayo is. In a cap, I guess you probably, well, Mayo's cheaper in a cap, but then Montgomery really plays the sort of 1.5 positions. So actually, they're actually pretty equivalent in a cap as well. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Okay. That sounds right. So maybe at least like something in that range is probably about what we're going for then. So okay. Good. Let's move on then and see what we've got next. We're on to low diamonds. So on to low diamonds and on to Mick. So what do we got here? Let's see. So '89 stamina, righty with, again, like a bunch of these guys, decently high splits for a righty, and I think especially that split in control is something that now that we're starting to make the jump to low diamond will be a bit worrying. The 80 pitcher BABIP, it's actually kind of unfortunate with this card. This is a card where I think I do look at it and just sort of really wish that this one had been an 89 instead. As an 89 in a meta where we're desperate to find right-handed pitchers, I think this could have been an interesting card. But now that he's in low diamond, this is just where kind of the power creep caught up with him. And actually, remember, a lot of the cards that are ahead of him are these future legends from the previous set. So I think, again, maybe if this one had been released, a month and a half ago, if they had just switched the two sets, I think this probably would have been in the meta for a while and would have been kind of fun. But now there's just not enough in this card. So, we're going to see a few options a little bit later. We're going to compare them to a few others, but even so certainly if you hold them up against some of the other future legends from the previous set, like this Hunter Brown or something, you're just kind of getting a little more of everything with Hunter Brown, going up to 91. I think I would also pretty clearly prefer Espino, though. The gold we just looked at. You're just getting 9 more points at pitcher BABIP, and you're kind of getting a lot more control. So I think you're going to prefer Espino as well. So I think Mick just kind of ends up not being playable. So, all right, let's go on. Brooks Lee. So we got a shortstop and second baseman. 82 range is on the low side here for low diamond. So gonna have to be really a bat first player. Yeah, and just isn't, is he? Like, this is the kind of bat where, if we had looked at this sort of as a silver, it's probably close to competitive. Even as a gold, I think we'd prefer a lot of the bats we were just looking at. But, now that you're looking at this as a low diamond, there just isn't anything in the bat. You're not getting any power. 83i is really on the low side for kind of a lot of the cards that are in that meta. Like, there's not much there. Like, for example, compare this to a card like John Valentin. So here you're getting 95 range, so you're getting just a much, much better glove. But also, you've kind of taken some BABIP away and turned it into power and eye, which is the better combination. So, yeah, I think this also just really isn't close, and Brooks Lee's just going to get an F, I think. All right. Let's move on to Miguel Blay. So, Miguel. 88 range. So I think this is the first of these that we've looked at, kind of as an outfielder, where you now have enough range that probably this is truly a 3-position outfielder instead of just a 2-position outfielder. Unfortunately, then we're going to look at the bat. And as soon as we look at the bat and we see this complete lack of eye, I think that's probably going to kill the card, because even with kind of the gap power and the power, to make up for that lack of eye, like, you need a really, really big bat to be able to make up for that. And I don't see enough in here. So let me think who a good comparison would be. So for example, in center, maybe here's one. Here's the easy comparison actually. In center, we just got this Jackie Bradley, where you're getting 99 range, so you're still getting 11 more points of range. You're getting a much, much better defensive outfielder. And as much as you don't have the power and gap power, this extra eye means you actually kind of have enough bat to make it work defensively. And there are a couple other defense heavy cards that we're going to look at coming up in this low diamond set. But what it means is that sort of Miguel, just this complete lack of eye means he's not going to hit well enough even to be a 3-position defender. That in low diamond, just pay the extra 2 points for Bradley, or pay 2 fewer points and grab the Jason Dominguez we just saw. Play Pete Hill. You could play Bob Allison. He's sort of at least acceptable defensively in center. You can even play Eric Davis. Actually, would play over this card. And partly that's because Eric Davis is a really good card, but partly that's just because without the eye, it just ends up being kind of pretty close to a 0 bat in low diamond. So I think this one's also pretty skippable. All right, starting pitcher Gavin Williams. All right, so first off, I love seeing 92 stamina here, because that means if we're at all interested in the pitcher, this is absolutely a starting pitcher and one that you could run in caps. That's the good news. The bad news is there's just not enough there. So, first off, again, sort of funny. Actually, no, this one has funny splits, right? Because he has this big reverse split in home run prevention. So maybe that evens it out a bit. But sort of 83 on the pitcher BABIP. In gold, I think we felt that was something you kind of could get away with if you had enough other things, but probably not enough. Probably not enough here otherwise. So, really, there's kind of not quite enough here. So let's compare him with the Hunter Brown we just looked at, or something like that. You're just getting a lot more stuff. You're still getting comparable pitcher BABIP. Here, I'll put the Hunter Brown up again. Yeah. See, Hunter Brown, you're getting a ton more stuff. You're getting a ton more home run prevention in return for that bit of control. So the main redeeming feature for Gavin Williams here, would be this stamina. He doesn't really convert that much to the pen. He sort of has these flat pitches anyway. The main redeeming feature would be the stamina, but you're just not getting enough out of the pitcher to. Oh, hey EVC, hey, thanks for the raid. We're still in the 70s. No. We are in the year 2023. No, we've been doing a quick stream tonight because I think we've discovered that clearly what was slowing us down was the interaction with the co-host. If we take the co-host out, everything goes real fast. How was your stream? How did everyone do it predicting the Future Legends set? I don't think I did particularly well, but Ezra Denny did not guess the set. Well, I totally did a really good job of guessing which players were going to be in the set. Does that count? 320 rips, no perfects. That's not the great streamer luck, I guess. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you at least got some other fun things. So yeah, we've just kind of been going through this new Future Legends set, kind of making solid progress. So I think we found that a lot of the cards maybe would have been stronger a month and a half ago. It feels like this set is maybe a little bit weaker than than the previous one, but definitely a few cards still that we're pretty interested in. 4 out of 8 sounds pretty good for actually guessing 4, exactly correctly. That sounds pretty good. So let's see. Yeah, so we're just looking at a few of these. So yeah, Gavin Williams. You have this stamina, but when you compare him with sort of these other cards in low diamond, there's just not going to be enough there. So I think this is again one that apart from mission value, probably we can just skip. Best card you got, Hunter Brown. Well, okay, Hunter Brown is a solid card, but I guess probably not too valuable, right? Because he's been out there for a while. So actually, I think we just looked. He was going for what, like 30K or something. Okay, no, maybe a bit more, maybe 40, because the mission value. Yeah, Ezra Denny, I agree. I really feel like, look, there's been a lot I don't understand about the power curve this year, but it really felt like, for whatever reason, the 2 Future Legend groups not only came out in the reverse order, but in a way that kind of really hurt the meta. I think when the previous Future Legend set came out, it really destroyed some cards that had just been released. Like the Jackie had just been released, and suddenly Volpe was better. To the point that kind of the game engine got rebalanced. And then now, this is actually a set where I think if this set had been released a month and a half ago and the other set had been released now, I think we would have felt that it was just a really good natural power creep. So I know we've gone back and forth enough of this on this stream that I think my view is pretty clear on this, but I'm puzzled by kind of the way power creep is working in 24 at the moment. But having said that, there are still some solid cards in here that are playable. Just that there were a lot more, I think, in the previous set. Yeah, Jellybay, I don't know if they were designed at the same time and split up for release. I would have guessed that, given that they were split up for release, I would have guessed that they were designed at the same time. But I've never tried to design content, so I'm just guessing at how I would have done it. That would be a question to ask, I guess, Spore. But certainly they were split up kind of in that way, right? And I do think we also saw in the Discord that there's going to be a Future Legends 3 at some point. So I guess that's going to be mostly the newly drafted players, probably. Maybe a few breakout minor league players or something in the interim, and maybe. And I guess there's one of the top Fangraphs prospects that didn't make this set, right? So there's one more also that I think is going to have to be an FL3. So yeah, we're just sort of going through these. So what do we got next? Logan Allen. Well, actually, this card looks remarkably similar to the one we just saw, but When we look a little more closely, it seems like there are a few differences. So here, maybe I should just put Gavin back up for comparison. So I think the first big difference, which is just that Gavin's a righty. Gavin's a righty with kind of these funny splits, and Logan Allen is kind of like one of the rare lefties that we've seen that isn't super splitty. And so that's going to be a big advantage here. He's also got 90 stamina. And so in combination, this means Logan Allen is going to be like a lot closer to where we're at in the current meta. So overall, I have him, let me see, about 8th or 9th out of starting pitchers. Maybe a little higher if you're not willing to run people like Hunter Brown or Ricky Tiedemann. Yeah, exactly. Wilmer Flores, I think, is the one that we were told is going to be in a Future Legends 3. Because he didn't make it to this set. I think there was something like a name collision they said, or like the Luis Ortiz thing that we had before. Oops, sorry, wrong Logan Allen. Yeah, so I think this Logan Allen is much closer to playable. I have him somewhere around 8th, maybe a little bit higher. I don't think you run him out of the pen. Partly, even though he converts decently, low diamond is one of the metas where the players listed as relievers are generally a fair bit stronger than the players listed as starters. So you're generally not running a lot of converted relievers just in that meta. So Jelly Bay, I'm not sure. So the reason I'm saying this is on the main Discord, there was a discussion about Wilmer Flores being missing. And Sporer had actually responded and said, "Oh, he'll be in FL3 basically." So I think there had been some discussion of like that there would be an FL3, but maybe I'm misinterpreting the Discord discussion. Yeah, I can see it. I can see if I can find it, or maybe someone would have a link. Okay, yeah, so where does that put Logan Allen? I think if you have him, you're willing to start him, and especially with the higher stamina than most of the other Future Legends, it's going to be viable, especially maybe for caps. Okay, also, if you're really trying to find lefty starters, the only lefty starters that you really clearly prefer to this card are probably going to be Partlow, and then Tiedemann if you consider Tiedemann a starter and not move him to the pen. So that alone makes him close to viable. I'm not quite sure you want to convert him to the bullpen. So yeah, maybe somewhere in between. Maybe this is like about a C. Like you're perfectly willing to run him. You may not kind of rush out and get him, but he's perfectly viable. So, yeah. Okay, so EVC, you're saying they did say final set. Okay, so maybe I'm a little bit confused. I just remember there was this discussion on the main Discord, but trying to see if I can find where it was now. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it was in the content discussion. So you can kind of read back through there and see what you think. But there did seem to be something about he'd be an FL3. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so here we go. I've got Sporer at, well, it's 11:16 p.m. for me on the 6th. Probably different in your time zone. But if you just look in the content discussion, It just says, he was talking about Wilmer Flores, and he says he will be part of FL3 down the line. So that's the only reason I'm saying it. I don't have any more information than what I saw in the main Discord. So maybe we'll say that there's maybe an FL3. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Okay, so what's going on then? Let's see what we got next. We've got Henry Davis. Okay, so he's listed as a catcher, but 52 catcher ability, 94 arm. So I don't think we're willing to put him behind the plate. He's allowed to play left and right, but then the problem is as soon as he's not a catcher, then I think the bat just is not at all interesting as a corner outfielder. So yeah, I don't think there's really too much to say about this. I mean, if you think he's a catcher, maybe even there, compared with the bat first catchers, there's not quite enough in this bat. But certainly if you're trying to evaluate him outside catcher, yeah, this is, I think, just an easy kind of F tier card. You still may want to get him for some of the mission value or something like that. So that's why I ended up getting him. It was a nice way to finish this NL Central hitters mission, but I don't think there's any scenario I'm going to play him or draft him or anything like that. So, all right, that was a quick one. How about Marcelo Mayer? All right, only plays shortstop, qualified to learn other positions. 82 range is, again, really a lot lower than what you'd like defensively. Now, what you do get is, for a shortstop, you get a really good bat. So this is kind of the in-between version. So we looked at Colson Montgomery before. Colson Montgomery's bat is definitely better, but now you've only got 67 range if you're trying to stick him at short. Okay, this is kind of in between. You're still getting, 90 power versus righties, sort of 88 overall. You're still getting 90 I, so this card will get on base. He will hit for power. This is a much better bat than, say, we were looking at John Valentin. This is going to be a much better bat than Valentin. On the other hand, what you get for Valentin is you get 95 range, and now if you want to run Marcelo Mayer, now you're down to if I can spell it right, now you're down to 82 range. So you're losing a lot of defensive value to make that switch. And I think this just kind of comes down to how you want to evaluate offense versus defense at this kind of position. With the metrics that I've got and the model that I've got, I would rather run Valentin. There's another future legend, Jordan Lawler, that's kind of in the mix as well, who's maybe even between these two, like between him and Valentin. So I think I'd rather run Valentin of the two. But there probably is some kind of bat-heavy build where you might want to do it. So, for example, in an OOTP cap, if you're running this in like a 1999 era, maybe the power plays up a little bit and maybe you'd rather run this card. So maybe this is your PTCS card instead. I'm not quite sure. So I think he probably is still the second best shortstop. And as a one position player, the problem is if you're second best, you can't really be the backup. Valentin also only plays one position. You're just not going to run two one position shortstops on a roster. And so that really hurts the card unless you think the bat's good enough that he plays. But the bat is really good. So maybe this is about a C, and a C, and kind of as in see what you think. See if you want to run the bat or if you want to run the glove. I think this is one where each manager is going to have to make their decision. It really is a bat versus glove question. It's not that there's sort of a bunch of cards of the same shape or something like that where it's easy to figure out just what's going to be best. All right, moving on. All right, first limited edition one we were going to talk about this week. We've got a Bobby Bonilla. Although we sort of really should talk about him like a little bit at a time for each of the next 25 weeks, right? So what do we got? We've got, 101 eye and 102 power versus righties is great. The 55 eye versus lefties is a big problem. So we're definitely looking at him as a platoon bat if we're thinking about it. I think the problem is just third base in low diamond. There are too many huge bats. Jimmy Fox runs there. We talked about Colson Montgomery and Kobe Mayo. Both of those are, probably going to be better than this bat. Certainly as a two-way bat. You still might try to run Chipper there. Chris Davis can actually stand at third if you're desperate. You've got Paul Molitor who has reverse splits. Brett Beatty has kind of these strong splits. And so Bonilla just ends up pretty far behind those. So I think as a result, I really can't find any good way to play this card. I think it's a fun story, and so this is the kind of thing that does make a good 25 copy LE, where it's a fun story, you get to tell the story, but nobody's going to feel like they've missed out on a key meta card by not finding him. So I think we're going to give this one an F for a fun story, and kind of a fun release, on Bobby Bonilla Day. All right, a couple more low diamonds. Pete Crow Armstrong. This is a fun card. We've got 101 range in the outfield, 96 arms, so great defensive center fielder, best defensive center fielder in the low diamond meta by a fair amount. Also probably your best defensive right fielder, and if necessary, your best defensive left fielder. The bat's a real problem. This complete lack of eye is really going to be an issue. There's really not that much in the bat. You get some singles, you probably get a few doubles. It's actually kind of funny to me that with that much range, this isn't, like a 115 speed card or something either. So I guess he's got a great first step more than like great top end speed. Always like watching guys like that, actually. But yeah, so that means you're really kind of evaluating him almost as a pure zero for the bat. And asking, is the glove good enough? So in a corner, I think the answer to that's very clearly no. You just need to run a better bat. So if you're running Pete Crow Armstrong, you're definitely looking at running him in center. The model I've got has him, kind of graded about fourth in center. But, the top four within about a win or so of each other, and so there probably are scenarios where you might get more interested. So maybe in a little bit earlier era where the power isn't as important and you care a lot more about kind of not just outfield range but combining that range with outfield error, maybe this card becomes a little bit better. The other thing is, because he plays three positions and he plays them all well defensively, being about fourth best in center probably still does make him viable. Like, I think this is a card that you can run as like a three-position backup or something like that, and you wouldn't feel too bad when he ends up getting in games. So yeah, I definitely don't think this is an F tier card. I think there is room for him in some builds. It's also not a card that I kind of decided was a good path to completing the mission, because I think this is also completely a skippable card. Yeah, so maybe this card just gets a D for that excellent defense. I think you can find a way to put him in the meta if it's something that you want to do, but you definitely can skip him as well, and you're certainly not missing anything with the bad. All right, had a good tournament for you in the OTP era yesterday. Nice. Did he hit? Because I guess the big thing is, if this card hits at all, then you're going to get a lot out of him defensively. The problem is just that he's got to hit. Yeah, so the 8.1 ZR, that's the part I think we expect to get. The question is, does he hit enough to kind of get away with that? Like, the reason that Bancroft has been such an incredible card is he has a ton of eye. And, so like my Bancroft, I'll just pull it up as an example. Because he has all of this eye, what it means is, yeah, he's not hitting a lot, but he's kind of hitting enough where I can then run him and, get a big ZR. That's kind of the hope. So, all right, yeah. So we'll give him a D for defense, but definitely an interesting card. So one last low diamond here. Bobby Miller. So 85 stamina. You've got a righty with, again, splittier than a lot of the righties that we've seen. But the big thing is he's got 85 stamina, so he's viable as a starter, and he's got that 94 pitcher BABIP. And still 92 versus lefties on his bad side. And that's just enormous. If you look at really all of the other cards in the low diamond meta, there isn't anybody else in the low diamond meta that has a pitcher BABIP that high. Partlow is probably your next option for Here you've got 91 on pitcher BABIP, but the kinds of cards that are being run at like you're looking at Hunter Brown, he's actually 78 versus lefties, 82 overall. Tiedemann's being run a lot. You're kind of up to like 85 here. So that pitcher BABIP is enormous, and because of that, I've got Bobby Miller right now as just the top low diamond starter. In addition, if you can manage to get him to face some righties, on some level that's almost just a bonus. And the other thing about this card is he has these two really good pitches. So this is also a card that should convert to the pen quite well. 98 to 100 on the fastball, big slider. You're probably getting a decent stuff boost out of him if you decide you want to run Bobby Miller out of the pen. So I think that's another thing to consider. So between those two, this is at least an A tier card, but I think this is probably like the first S tier card of the set. I think this is one where not only is this going to be your top low diamond option, but I think this is a card that's going to be, in the meta for high diamond as well. Probably out of the bullpen, but maybe in caps, maybe you even save a few points and run him there. So I think this is probably an S tier card here. All All right, what do we got next? That's a good one. Jackson, where's Jackson Chourio? All right, this one maybe not quite as strong. It's a little unfortunate that this one, is 95 instead of 94, just because it would have been nicer. I think, this one I think would have been nicer as a low diamond. But even there, just kind of looking at the shape of the bat, we're not getting a lot out of this bat. You essentially have power and gap power, but you don't have enough eye to really kind of get everything you want. And that's what's going to hold back the card, because otherwise, this is a solid defensive card, like solid enough that you're willing to run him at a few positions. So, right now I've got him, something like third and left, maybe fourth and center, in full diamond, a little bit lower in right. So it's kind of close, but the problem is the gap between him. So for example, the gap in left between him and James Wood, he's sort of third behind like Wood and Luis Gonzalez or something, similar to where Jordan Walker would be. But the gap is, 2 or 3 wins. And I think similarly in center, there's kind of a bit of a gap. So this is a card that really, I don't think is one that you're super excited about playing compared with whatever is out there, as other options the diamond meta right now. Now, because it's the diamond meta and some of these cards are now expensive and harder to get, I think if he were in exactly the same position in, say, the bronze meta, this would just be an F tier card, because as soon as you're kind of out of the meta and there's no way back in, there's just no point in trying to acquire the card. In Diamond, that's not quite true, because the cards are expensive enough that a lot of the time we don't have like 100% of the cards available. We don't have that kind of full build. So, from that point of view, maybe this card's a little bit more viable. This is a 3-position card. You can try to run him as a backup, in multiple positions. It's not a complete disaster to stick his 87 range in center, and so forth. So, maybe this is probably more like a C or D tier card, just because of where it's at in the low diamond meta. But I think this is a great example of a card that if this had been, like if we had flipped it, if we had released this card, a month and a half ago, and we released James Wood today, this card would have played for a while, and then James Wood would still be, this excellent new release that everybody was excited about. And I just don't quite understand like the reverse power creep thing here. But let's give him a D instead of an F, just because he's still a card that you're willing to play. So we'll kind of give him a D for Diamond, but I don't think we can really give him more than that, just because of the timing where the card came out, unfortunately. Alright, what do we got next here? Francisco Alvarez. So let's see what we got. Alright, so this is clearly an offensive catcher. So 73 catcher ability, but 95 on the arm. So 73 on the catcher ability is not something that we're really excited about defensively. But on the other hand, this is a ton of power. In fact, I think probably Gibson's the only catcher that's going to have Gibson's the only catcher that's going to have more power than this, if I had to guess. I can go back and check. But you're getting a lot of power. So this is a really big catcher bat. And for those of you that are kind of the, catcher defense doesn't matter so much, just run a big bat school. this is now your biggest bat in Diamond by a pretty far margin at catcher. You know, you're basically, I mean, this is basically like the Chris Hoiles bat plus about, 50 points of gap power and 25 points of BABIP and like 15 points of power or something like that. Like it's a huge bat. The glove's not as good. So if you're evaluating this as as someone that does value catcher defense highly, like that's what my model does, I'd still rather run Russell Martin than this. So Martin, you're getting a lot less on the bat, but basically even these 10 points of catcher ability or something are enough that you end up wanting to run Russell Martin. Yeah. So I think that's kind of the decision, and it really is a decision. It really is sort of a decision about where you want to run a bat versus where you want to run a glove. I don't think the bat's going to be quite good enough that you're thinking about DHing him or anything like that. So I think Alvarez still, if you're going to run him, you do have to run him as a catcher, probably. So I think really where to put this card depends a lot on how you feel about catcher defense. Like for the people that are running Mathis in Perfect League, this is basically like an F tier card. There just isn't enough catcher defense to justify doing anything with it. For the people that like running Ted Simmons and just want a big bat, this is an S tier card. This is by far the biggest catcher bat that you're going to have available that is still even remotely a viable catcher, and he is at least remotely a viable catcher. I'm thinking maybe maybe split the difference. Yeah, EVC people are running. Let me see if we can find what Mathis's are being running here. Yeah, so here's one as an example. So you got 6 framing runs. Catcher ERA's been great. Obviously the bat's not wonderful, but he's still got 1.1 WAR projected, 0.9 on the season. Let's see. Here's another one. This one's negative because you see this one's not hitting. If he's not hitting at all, then even 8 framing runs isn't quite enough. So yeah, you can see it looks like I'm seeing how many of these being run for. It looks like 7 of these are actually being run in Perfect League. So yeah, 7 out of 36 teams are actually running Mathis. I've considered it. Right now I'm trying to run Martin as my backup. Is sort of what I've been doing, but I've sort of been considering switching, especially as we've been tanking in the standings a little bit and want to shake something up. But yeah, the catcher defense is that good. So if you're if you kind of are of the group that models catcher defense that way, you're never looking at Alvarez because he just doesn't have the catcher defense that all of these cards do. So you're just not interested in the card. But on the other hand, if you're kind of going bat first, yeah. So I'm thinking let's split the difference and we'll sort of give him a B. But really this is a B that, depending upon your view, probably we're off by a couple grades one way or the other. And like I said, I think I come down on the side of, not going for a bat-only catcher, which is why I haven't gone after the card. But this is a decision everyone's kind of got to make individually, I think, sort of where they're at on this. Because the defensive metrics that OOTP gives us just don't seem to be complete enough to really let us value what catchers are doing properly. All right, what do we got next here? Grayson Rodriguez. Live card's actually kind of got a fun shape, I see. Giving up way too many homers, but otherwise, the Future Legend card has a better shape than that. So, 82 pitcher BABIP, not quite ideal. You'd like that to be a little bit higher. But at the same time, everything else here in the card's excellent. So the 90 control really helps because it's really kind of control and pitcher BABIP together that determine how many base runners you give up. You can be a little lower in pitcher BABIP if you're high enough in control, and that's kind of what we're getting here. Similarly, 75 stamina I think is going to be on the low side for kind of these full diamonds. So that's also one that's a little bit concerning. But still, the overall package here is probably better than the other combinations that are out there in Diamond right now. So maybe a good comparison. Yeah, how about like the limited edition Mike Scott, which is a card that's been in the meta, from Modern. So here's this comparison, and with Scott, similar sorts of splits. You have a few more points of pitcher BABIP, which are nice, but you're like 23 points lower on control. And then, you've got, about 9 or so more points maybe of home run prevention, but you lose a few points of stuff. Put Rodriguez up again. So I think Grayson comes out ahead of this. I think Grayson, it would be nice if he had a little bit more of the pitcher BABIP, but I think at least several models are going to put this as your top diamond starter. And 75 stamina is enough that you're willing to start him, I think. So, in fact, we were just looking at this. I think I threw together a diamond roster very quickly while we were on stream. Yeah, for this daily diamond cap. And we'll see how he's doing. But this is the card that I'm running as my top starter there. So now we'll get to see just how embarrassingly bad he's been. Scattered 15 hits. So clearly the pitcher BABIP's a problem if he's going to scatter 15 hits in 6 2/3, but I guess he clustered them really well. Or something like that. Wonder how many others are running him. Let's see if we can see who else is running him here. Oops, sorry. Alright, so actually several people are running him. It looks like there are 9 of them in here, and generally pretty solid. Actually, mine might be pretty close to the worst in there. Yeah, I might be getting the bad die roll on Grayson here. Okay, yeah, so I think this probably is, is kind of up there. This is not a card you're looking to play in League still. I think just the perfects are too good for that. But I think this is probably an A-tier card. I think this is one that, that's kind of going to be in there for a while. So are people giving up on the Mike Scott? It's a good question. It's definitely worth asking around. I think some of these future legends have at least pushed Mike Scott back in line a little bit. I would still probably run him as a top 5 starter now if I had him on my roster, but it's kind of getting to the point that you're not quite sure. Like at some point pretty soon he's going to get pushed down. So yeah, might be worth checking at least. Alright, what do we got next? Andrew Painter. so this one's the 98 overall starter. You have a little more pitcher BABIP here. You're up to 92. You're giving up some control, and you're giving up a lot of home run prevention compared with Grayson. Also, you get a few more points of stamina. You're up to 81 now, so you get a little boost there. So I do have Painter also as being quite strong, but you're actually giving up quite a bit compared with Rodriguez. You're giving up, this like almost 15 points of home run prevention is quite a lot in the diamond meta where you've got some big bats. After all, for example, we're about to look at this Giambi. This is a big bat where yeah. I think this is the kind of card where with 133 power against righties, the home run prevention is going to be, worth something. Spore said that this is basically a slightly worse Yuri. Oh, we can do the comparison. So here's Painter. Kind of righty. Again, moderate splits. So more, these cards have been more kind of splitty than I think a lot of righties tend to be. So let's see if we can compare him with Yuri. Yeah, so I think, again, this is actually a very similar shape to Yuri, a little bit weaker. That's kind of almost an identical shape. So I think that's the right comparison in terms of shape. So Painter ends up, I think, pretty definitely not being the top starter in Diamond. I think Grayson Rodriguez is going to be significantly better. I've got Painter right around 7th, so not quite in the meta, as a starter. But if you have him, there's a decent chance that you don't own every single starting pitcher option. In which case you're still very willing to start him, or if not, maybe run him out of the pen. So this is probably for what it is, probably like a B or C. I mean, I guess if he's not a starter on release, that also means that it's a little quicker to knock him out of the meta. So probably closer to a C. So in that sense, I think Yuri on release was probably a bit stronger relative to the meta, than where Painter was. I really don't think I'd run him in league play. I think if you're going to run one of the diamond starters in league play, I think I'd certainly rather run Grayson, but I think I'd also rather run Don Newcomb. I think I'd rather run the tournament edition Cuellar. At least those. And maybe in league play, because in league play actually pitcher BABIP isn't quite as dominant as tournament play. You might even look at Oswalt because he's good at everything else. If you're running a good enough infield defense, I guess. Something like that. All right. What do we got next? How about Jason Giambi? How about Jason Giambi? So this is one of the new July 4th cards. Going for almost 200K. Okay, so we do get a really big bat here. I think that part is clear enough. There is a big bat, for sure. Let's see. He could be even a DH. I mean, defensively, you're not getting a ton. But what you're getting, essentially, is you're getting the kind of true outcomes bat that plays so well in the current meta, but just an extreme version of it. So I think if you're going to run this as a DH, I've got this as, kind of neck and neck with the Diamond Lou Gehrig for your top DH option in Diamond right now. So, this is going to be an excellent bat. The problem is, I think all in all, the Diamond Lou is probably just a little bit better card. And certainly in league play, you'd rather run the Perfect Lou or something like that. So I think if the Diamond Lou is a better card, that does knock Giambi down just a little bit. It basically means it's a 200,000 point card because of the PTCS, because that's the one that Lou doesn't play in. But I suspect then the price drops pretty quickly, like as soon as that's done. Something like that. Yeah. So I think that's probably roughly where where things are. Having said that, as much as this Lou was an excellent card, Giambi is about as strong, and so it hurts a little bit that there are two of them, and that of the two, this is the one that really is a DH instead of a first baseman. Like, I know it says first base, but I think this has to be a DH, which means you're going to have a little bit of a problem figuring out how to play Giambi and Gehrig and Fox. Maybe the answer is that you end up platooning Giambi and Fox or something like that. I don't think you let Fox play third, and I think you have to still play Fox, at least versus all the lefties. On the other hand, if the bat's really as good as the Diamond Gehrig, then this is probably still an S tier card. So what do we think? Is this sort of an A tier card because of these flaws and because it has to be a DH, or does this still end up being an S tier card? See what everyone thinks in chat here. Where do we put Giambi? And while we're at it, does anyone want to sell me one? Because I think I want to play one tomorrow if I can find one. Probably a little bit too late for that, but seeing some S's in here. All right, we'll give him an S. We'll give him an S. Think we got an S from the chat. All right, S for Giambi. All right, next, one more diamond here. Yeah, the card art on this, the Stars and Stripes, the card art here is wonderful. All right, what do we got next? We got Jackson Holliday. All right, 85 range, middle infielder. Probably at the diamond level, you really doesn't have the bat to play short. So I think you're probably looking at him as a second baseman instead, I would guess. Let's see. Well, no, I guess it's not clear. I guess actually maybe there is a little bit more in this bat, because yeah, that 89 BABIP versus righties, when you combine it with the 88 gap power and the 80 power, he actually is going to hit for average and for a bit of power, now that I look at this. So maybe this actually, yeah, because this is going to be a better bat than sort of some of the bat-heavy shortstops we're looking at before. I think the bat's still a little bit behind, well, certainly behind Volpe, if you're thinking about him at second. It might even turn out to be behind Alex Bregman still at short, but he's much better defensively than Bregman with the, with kind of that range. Yeah, that's a tricky one, because I guess to run him, you're still running a bat for a shortstop. So it's kind of the same discussion we had about Marcelo Mayer and about Kobe Mayo and Colson Montgomery and all of those, where you're sort of deciding if you want to run the bat or the glove. This is the bat option, and so kind of like some of the others we've looked at, depending on whether you want bat or glove, this is either your new best shortstop or basically unplayable because the defense isn't good enough. And I think I again lean, a little bit more toward wanting to play him, but probably somewhere in the middle. So, maybe this still ends up just being an A tier card, though. I mean, if he grades out as a good enough bat to be your best shortstop, maybe then that is the answer, especially if you can, because you're finding a left-handed hitting shortstop, so, he's maybe platoonable at a couple of these positions also, which is nice. Yeah, all right. Maybe we can give him an A tier card. I think clearly, it's getting late at night, getting tired, just becoming soft on the grading. But I think maybe this is actually an A tier card now that I look at it. Okay, and that brings us to the perfects. So what do we got? First, we got Elly. Yeah. All right. So, third baseman. Now that we're kind of looking at the perfect level, this is, probably an okay defensive third baseman, but not excellent. Like the kind of card that this is competing with, this is sort of in the range of defense you're getting like from Eddie Matthews or something like that. And for comparison, Eddie Matthews just has this much bigger bat, especially versus righties. So I think if you were looking at the one or the other, now they're obviously very different prices. Eddie Matthews, you can see, limited edition, so only 25 of them, but yeah, 600K in the market, 400K last 10 if you want one. Whereas if you're looking at Elly, you're getting him for right now 180 and a little bit under that. But I think between the two, Matthews is still kind of more what you'd want. The other thing is that third base just became really crowded. Ryne Sandberg got released this week. Alex Rodriguez got released this week. There's a PTCS Wade Boggs coming up. And I think this Elly slots in behind all three of those cards. So if you had released this card, a month and a half ago, I think this would have been sort of in the meta for a while, the same way Gunnar Henderson was. Gunnar's also another card, by the way, that I still have a little bit ahead of Elly at third. The difference is that Gunnar's really splitty, and Elly's a switch hitter. So depending a little bit on your park and things like that, because that really matters when evaluating these perfects, like how they fit in your build, you might prefer the one or the other. So I think Gunnar's probably, what you'd look at. You're asking us comparing it to an Elly Fair. Well, I think when you're looking at is a perfect card in the top of the meta, then a lot of the top teams are just running these. I mean, give you an example. The team that's leading my division, this is what their roster looks like. They are running Elly. They're also running Ryne Sandberg as a rare Elly. Ken Griffey is a rare Elly. Sandy Koufax. So there are teams that are running all of these kinds of cards, kind of at the pointy end of league play. So if you're thinking about, and I think if you're thinking about, do I want to go spend almost 200,000 points on an upgrade at third base? I think these are the kinds of teams that you're looking at competing with. Would you rather spend 200,000 points on Elly or save up? So Sandberg's price, we should talk about this when we get to A-Rod, but this price is probably going to come down because of A-Rod. I don't know that there's been a sale of Sandberg since A-Rod came out. Maybe someone else knows. But I think that is the comparison, because these are the cards that Elly's going to be competing with. But also, I do think probably I'd prefer Gunnar Henderson over him as well. As much as it's a switch hitter, there are actually at least moderate splits. Maybe I'd prefer the splittier Gunnar, especially because you get a little bit of an ability to play short as well. So I think from that point of view, I don't think this is a card that's going to be close to worth its price right now. I think Ellie's a fun player, and I'm actually kind of excited about the live card there because I want to run him in all the PT Live stuff, I think. But I think once the card is starting out as, about the 6th or so best third baseman and kind of going down from there, and especially when one of them, just came out in a mission that's widely available, I don't think this is really a super viable card. It's a fun enough card that there are probably places you can put it. So I think probably it's somewhere around a C, but I don't think it's one to kind of really go out and get. So I am making the rankings partly with LEs in mind, but look, we've been given a game where we've kind of been told that if you are trying to compete in league play, you need to have a certain number of these LEs. If you don't, you're not going to be able to compete in Perfect League. That's the game that we've been given this time around. So I think you have to sort of ask, okay, a lot of people are going to have these LEs. How do I compete? Is this a card that lets me compete, or should I save my 200,000 points and wait until I can actually get one of these LEs, that is going to really let me compete? So I think that is part of how you have to evaluate the cards. If you ask my personal view on whether these LEs are good for the game, I think that's been covered quite a bit in past streams, and as I think it's a really bad choice to go down this path. I think you really want players to feel that it's viable to compete in league. I think it's bad for the game that you're sitting there thinking that you're not trying to compete in league play. But I don't think you're making the wrong decision either. So I don't think I don't think that's a great combination, but this is the game we're playing. You can't pretend that the LEs don't exist, because these are the cards that you're competing against if you're playing in league, and these are the cards that you're going to be competing against when you play in open kinds of tournaments as well. So they have to be part of the evaluation. There's no way around it. Yeah. So, anyway, right. How about Corbin Carroll? Let's take a look here. So, maybe one of only 2 perfect Corbin Carrolls in a few days, depending on how the re-rates go. So this Corbin Carroll, the future legend, so you have 92 range actually, so you can think about whether you might even be willing to play him in center. Great base running, really good speed, good stealing. So you have kind of all of those various pieces. I think the big problem with the bat, like with a lot of these we've looked at, has been the eye, and without the eye, you just need a lot to be able to make the bat better. So I think Torriente is a good question. What's the comparison with Torriente here? Well, Torriente's bat's going to be significantly better. Not only does Torriente have a lot more eye, but he also is less splitty. You're very happy to run Torriente versus both lefties and righties. Corbin Carroll, really you'd prefer to run him versus righties. Now the gap power is big, and especially for someone with all that speed, because probably a lot of those are are going to end up being triples. So that's all going to be really useful. So where Carroll ends up, I do have him behind Torriente, and what that ends up meaning is probably he's just not quite viable, at the high end of league play. He's close, and I think a card that he would grade out similarly to in the corners would be someone like James Wood. Opposite shape, Wood's more the bat, and Carroll, kind of more as a glove. I don't think Carroll's at all viable in right, because that outfield arm, yeah, it says he has 95 rating in right field, but with that arm, he really can't play right. He's got to play only left or center. I think that's where he's at. Similarly, center, there's just kind of not enough in the bat to really make it work. You'd rather run Torriente, you'd rather run Wood. I mean, you'd even rather run Ichiro or something like that if you get one. There's just a lot of cards that are going to be ahead of this. So yeah, I think this one probably isn't super viable. At the same time, all these cards that I mentioned, are cards that take some points to get. So I think if the price comes down enough on Carroll, like if you get to the point that Carroll's significantly cheaper than Torriente, like what does Torriente go for now actually? Let me see. Yeah, so Torriente is still like more expensive. So if Carroll's enough cheaper, maybe he becomes a cheaper viable option. I think though right now, like James Wood is going to give you about the same thing, and James Wood is still like a fair bit cheaper than Corbin Carroll. So that's probably where the price would have to come down for me to like really get excited. Okay, well that's a good line he's putting up in Diamond, but I think, well, first off, that 357 is part of the problem with the eye, but I don't think he's going to manage to slash that for very long. I think you're going to find that Torriente or Wood or someone like that should do a fair bit better. Yeah, so it's a card that if you have, you're probably willing to run if you don't have all of the cards that are better. Maybe just give him like sort of a C for Corbin. He's probably at least viable. All right, and then finally we've got Tudor. So the other 4th of July card. If we could load it, excellent card art. And look who we got here. Okay, so we've got a lefty that has 94 pitcher BABIP. Even better against lefties. You got 104 homer prevention, 101 control. You still have 98 stuff. This is just going to be a monster card. So, is this the top lefty in the game? Well, it's still, it's still like behind. It's still going to be behind, like Koufax or something like that, right? So, yeah, it's still going to be behind Koufax as a lefty, but this might well be your next lefty after Koufax. I think I'd probably rather run this card than, say, the PTCS Randy Johnson. I think this card's also probably, like, you can almost compare it directly against Howie Pollitt, and this card's a fair bit better. So this is one that, probably replaces Pollitt if you were thinking about it, or if you were running lefty cheese, you're probably going to run both. Obviously, I can see quite expensive here. Actually, I'm a little surprised he's that expensive, just because it's a packable pitcher. So I wonder if for whatever reason not a lot of them have been pulled. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Um, I don't know. Has anyone pulled one recently? You know, I wonder if yeah, could be. It could be that everyone who's pulling it just is holding it for the PTCS and then they're going to sell them. Um, but I'm just thinking I haven't seen a lot of sales, and you know I would have expected just with however many packs are getting ripped that some teams that are not PTCS focused would would look at this and say, hey, let me take 900,000 points or whatever it's going to be. Um, so yeah, I'm a little surprised actually. You know, probably Giambi, same sort of thing. Haven't I think I saw a couple of Giambi sales today, but I don't think I saw a Tudor sale at all. Um, yeah, but I think this is absolutely really a top card. Um, like this is in at least that same top tier as all of the others, and it's probably unique that it's a lefty. Uh, the one thing that might hold it back again is the stamina. 86 stamina is a little bit lower than you'd really like for kind of a card that you're going to pay 900,000 points for if you could get away with it. But at the same time, because it's such a control heavy card, it might be that that's fine, because it might be he's just not going to throw a lot of pitches per at bat. And so it might be that 86 stamina is enough that he still goes deep into ball games. I think that's really the only kind of flaw in the card. So I think for me this one's just a pretty clear S tier card. This is definitely the top pitcher that kind of got released this week. We'll talk about Fergie in a moment, but this is clearly better than Fergie. I think both this card and Giambi with like the special card art were designed to kind of be in the game and play for a while. And I think Tudor, there's a really good chance that'll happen. Giambi, I'm less sure, just because of the competition with Gehrig. So I think Giambi is kind of one card away from being counterfeited, whereas Tudor, just because of how many starters and everything you run, even if a couple more really good lefties come out, you're still probably going to see Tudor in most of the build trees available. So yeah, I think there's a pretty clear S tier card. And then there were these two other limited editions this week. So first off, we've got this Ryne Sandberg, which for a while was selling for essentially 1,000,000 points. And this one's just kind of really funny because the release order basically broke it, as best I can tell. So all right, what have we got here? So first off, Ryan's listed as a second baseman, but with this shape, like 86 range really isn't that good for a second baseman in kind of in league play right now, right? The problem is you're competing with, say, this Jackie that has 97 range. That's the baseline for what most people are running, and so Jackie, and even that Jackie, like you see, mine has a negative ZR. Even with that 97 range. And the reason it's a negative ZR is simply because almost everybody in kind of strong leagues at this point is just running Jackie Robinson. Here you go. Here are almost every team sort of has a Jackie available to them. And so if you're running something that's going to be significantly less than 97 range, that's going to be a problem in league play. And I think that's what we're seeing in Sandberg. Like, let's see. I'm sure there are going to be a few Sandbergs in here. So let's just see if we can. Let's see what they're doing defensively. Okay, so all of them seem to have like actually a pretty sizable negative ZR. So this is the one that's run the most, 105 games. Yeah, and they are trying to run him at second base, and you see like negative 7.4 ZR. So you're losing a lot of defensive value just relative, essentially relative to what everybody else is running, because right now so many other people are running Jackie Robinson. And so I think looking at this card, really probably if you're running Sandberg, you're looking at running him at third base instead. And this is maybe the easier one to get into because at the time this card was released, there weren't a lot of great high-end third base options. So your best left-handed third base option was Eddie Mathews. Your best right-handed third base option was really kind of unclear because, Mathews, really good against righties but very splitty. You probably want to try to platoon him. Gunnar Henderson was also available, maybe even splittier than Eddie Mathews. You also really want to platoon Gunnar. Hey Diz, welcome. Okay, so zone rating. This is an attempt to basically ask how many runs are saved or lost or something like that from a player defensively, essentially from the extra balls that they're able to get to because of their good range. So a really good defensive player should be able to get to a lot of extra balls in the field, and that should mean that you're essentially saving a bunch of hits. It's kind of going to be measured in runs. So when we looked at, for example, this Jackie that I had, this minus 2.4 essentially says that he's been about 2.4 runs worse than a typical fielder in terms of getting to balls so far this season. And roughly speaking, 10 runs is about 1 win. So, defensively, he's basically cost me a quarter of a win by being worse than average defensively compared to like a typical second baseman. This is actually not what it's been historically. You see, historically he's been a very good fielder. So this has sort of been a bad season for him defensively. But that's kind of what's happening. And so when we look at Sandberg and we see that Sandberg's on pace to lose you, sort of 10 runs in a season if you try to play him at second base, that's basically a full win. So that's a lot of the value that you might have thought you were trying to get from running his bat, you're giving back because he's not a good enough fielder. So that's why I was saying I think you're looking at him more as a third baseman instead. And if you look at Sandberg as a third baseman, the idea was we had these lefty options like Mathews or Gunnar or something like that, but probably your best right-handed third baseman is still Willie Wells. And Sandberg looks to be a pretty clear upgrade offensively over Willie Wells. Wells is maybe a little bit better defensively still, but Sandberg's close enough that I think the way I looked at Sandberg when he came out was this is actually the Willie Wells replacement. He's not a second baseman, he's really a third baseman. And actually in my park, where I'm desperately looking for right-handed bats, this was a card I thought hard about, paying a bunch of points for. However, what then happened? In fact, we got to add. All right, we got to add a few cards to the list here. We have to add the A-Rod as well. Was the Alex Rodriguez got released, and I think that's now kind of a problem. Yeah, exactly, EVC. The problem is what you're getting from Sandberg at second base is only 86 range. He makes very, very few errors, so he's great on the balls he gets to, but he doesn't get to enough balls compared with like Jackie. And so that's where I think he's a third baseman. And so what I figured is, okay, Sandberg is actually the Willie Wells replacement. The problem is, and then I would have said, okay, this is like a solid A tier card, and really something that should be in the meta. The problem is we then got this Alex Rodriguez. We got this Alex Rodriguez that was released. And again, this is a card that looks like it plays shortstop and third, but one of the things that we've kind of noticed, at the league level, is really a lot of people are having success running these huge defensive shortstops. Like Dave Bancroft in particular just seems to be the dominant answer because of how much defense you get. So again, you can compare it, here's a Bancroft. Again, he's not really hitting, but he still is putting together a high WAR because of all of the extra defense that you're getting from him. And that's kind of what you get out of Bancroft. And so if you want to keep running a card like Bancroft at short, and it's a big gap in range again, it's 106 range. So the gap between Bancroft and A-Rod in range is the same as the gap between Jackie and Sandberg. So I think you still want to be running Bancroft at short if at all possible. And that means that really the place to run A-Rod becomes third base. But if that's the case, well, then there's no place left to put Sandberg. You still want to run Jackie at second. You want to run A-Rod at third. You want to run Bancroft at short. And then that's it. You can run him as a two-position backup if you want to. But, as soon as he's a two-position backup, then instead of being like an A tier or S tier card that should be worth, he was going for over 1 million points earlier in the week, at that point, suddenly he's, probably more like a, I'm actually not sure what he'd be worth if he's just a backup, but presumably he'd be worth less than you would pay for, A-Rod or Jackie or something like that. So yeah, I think that's where I'm really puzzled by the release order. Because essentially, as best I can tell, they released a Ryne Sandberg as a big limited edition card to get excited about, and then they counterfeited the card like less than a week later. But as best I can tell, I think the amount of time that Ryne Sandberg was a viable meta card, there was a period where he was a viable meta card, but as best I can tell, that period was actually like less than the time between Warbot streams, so we never got to talk about Ryne Sandberg as being an S tier card, because today he's not an S tier card. He's been clearly surpassed by A-Rod at third, and he still is, going to be behind Jackie at second, and then that means he's stuck. So it feels kind of funny taking a card that, that works that way and giving it a low grade. Especially when on release this was probably an S tier card. But by the time we got around to rating it, it's really not. It's really now, probably more like a B tier card. Maybe something like that. I mean, you're still happy to have it. If I had one, I would still manage to, I'd still manage to run him as a two-position backup. But now he's a B for backup is the problem. I shouldn't say you're not going to spend 750,000 points on a backup. There may be teams that feel they can spend 750,000 points on a backup, but this has gone from a chase card that I felt I needed for my build at the beginning of the week and was like looking for an excuse to like dip into the market and get, to being really happy that I sort of didn't get around to it before Thursday, and now a card that I think I'm never actually going to end up buying. So it's kind of funny the way that worked out, but I think maybe a B tier card's about right. It does really feel funny. Like, it does feel like a bit of whiplash on the power creep, though. Because I did very nearly make what would have turned out to be an expensive mistake in deciding that Sandberg was exactly the right fit for my park. And I'm guessing other people were in a similar boat. So, yeah, if you don't have A-Rod, Sandberg, Jackie, or Bancroft, well, a couple of those, I think you will end up being able to get A-Rod and Jackie, over time from the missions. Bancroft will probably come down over time because of the tournament choice packs. Sandberg, less clear. Yeah, okay, so Sandberg does play for the PTCS. That's certainly true. Okay, is there a reason everyone has an all-lefty rotation in tournaments? I think that depends on the tournament. In Gold, you're going to see that a lot because a lot of the top Gold starters happen to be lefties. Most other tournaments, that's not really true. So, so I think people that are running all lefties maybe are trying to find a way to get a good matchup. But I think outside of Gold, I wouldn't expect to see all lefties. I'd expect to see more of a mixture. Okay, yeah, so in Gold, I think it is just that, most of the top players, happen to be lefties. Yeah, so Sandberg thing's weird, but I think B is probably about fair. And I am puzzled, by kind of the way that played out, I guess. But, I would more feel bad, I think I would be furious if I had decided to spend 1 million points on the card, though. So, fortunately, I'm not the one that has to complain about that. So, all right, what do we got next? Well, there was another one that got released, which was the Ferky Jenkins. So, again, at first glance, 98 on the pitcher BABIP is really nice. You got a control pitcher. Here you have 103 stamina, which is also, kind of going to be even better. The main flaw is the home run prevention, and I think that does just put him a little bit behind some of the other cards that we were looking at. So I had trouble finding a really exact comp. I don't know of another card that's precisely the shape that we've had yet this cycle. But just in terms of where we're at skill-wise, I have him slotted in just a little bit behind Addy Joss. So Addy Joss kind of looks similar to this, but essentially Addy Joss has almost 25 more points of home run prevention in return for 25 fewer points of stuff and about 8 fewer points of control. And with the current home run hitters that are out there, I think that works a little bit in Addy's favor. He's also got a couple more points of pitcher BABIP. But Fergie probably slots in a little bit behind Addy Joss, a little bit ahead of cards like Garland Braxton and Bert Blyleven or something like that. So I think I've got him, somewhere between 10th or 15th in, among starters here. And that's probably enough that, again, if you happen to own one, I think you can viably decide to run one. I think you probably would not want to run one in Perfect League. I think probably he's outside of your top 5 starters or so. Maybe you could still try to run him out of the pen, but even there it's a little bit close. Okay, yeah, slightly beefed Santana. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, he's maybe that's kind of a similar sort of shape. I wasn't thinking about Santana just because Santana's a lefty. But definitely should be a better card than this Santana. Oh, nice! You pulled him. So I think especially if you pulled him, I mean, he is, like I said, if you have the card, I think he's runnable. But I suspect at the Perfect League level, say, I'm curious how many there are, but I'm guessing there won't be a lot being given like high leverage spots. Okay, so it looks like we've got, yeah, maybe two that are, have gotten a bunch of starts. But yeah, mostly not great results. And then, okay, here looks like one that actually is having great results. So there's one, yeah, that's been absolutely outstanding. Let me see, Cleveland Flying G's. Let me see what park they're running. Where are they? Mostly neutral park, but very home run suppressing. So actually that is the kind of park that you're interested in running Fergie in, I think, as well. So it's a really good fit. Right, because it's exactly the home run prevention that he struggles with. So if you can put him in a park which is going to nerf home runs, then he does everything else well, and then he becomes a much better fit. So I think that's probably why he's doing so well. And then you see the Fergies that were being run in like a more neutral park, they're not doing nearly as well. And I think that probably makes sense. So, yeah, I think this is probably going to be sort of like your a little bit below average starter, at kind of a high end level. You're perfectly happy to run him. So yeah, that probably puts him somewhere around like a solid C. You're perfectly happy to run him, and he's also then going to get knocked out of the meta pretty quickly as more releases come in, because he's already, not kind of at least clearly in one of these builds. So, all right, and finally we've got a mission card. Oh, and then we should talk about the PTCS rewards real quick. So we mentioned this A-Rod earlier. Okay. So eligible at both third and short, and he is an excellent shortstop. But kind of as we're kind of looking at earlier, I think probably the better position for A-Rod is probably third base rather than short. And oh, sorry. By the way, Diz, yeah. So I don't know if there's a direct good resource available to assist with tournament lineups. One thing you can look at is any tournament you enter, you can look at what everybody else is running. That's one of the advantages. So take a look at what some of the teams that are doing well in the tournament are doing, and think about whether you want to include some of those players in your own build. But also, this is a good one if you ask kind of on the main Discord, and there are a lot of people that are good about answering questions there. I'm certainly happy to, but there are a bunch of the people in this chat too that will do it. So that's probably a good way to get started. Send some sample builds, and we'll see if we can help. Okay, yeah. So I think A-Rod's probably more of a third baseman than a shortstop. I think what is clear though is, in terms of the bat you're getting, you're also just getting this incredibly good bat. Like just as a bat, this is a better bat. Actually, really similar shapes, so you can kind of put them, almost side by side. So the PTCS Yastrzemski is much splittier, for example. But if you look at kind of a two-sided thing, actually it's a very similar shape, but A-Rod is simply better. You know, Mantle's maybe another comparison. You know, again, the shape is actually not so dissimilar. Probably Mantle is a tiny bit better than A-Rod, but of course A-Rod is playing a much more difficult position defensively. So I think this is a card where the bat's almost good enough that if you had to, you could DH him, but you're also getting excellent third base defense, or what would be excellent shortstop defense from kind of like, anybody not named Bancroft or Jennings or something. And so I think as a result that this kind of kills off a few cards. I think this kills off a card like Sandberg. This is now your right-handed third base option. You still could run, a Matthews or Gunnar as a lefty option. Maybe you do some kind of split platoon where you run A-Rod at short part of the time and third part of the time or something. But A-Rod's good enough you can run him both ways. Like, you're certainly willing to run him versus righties, instead of trying to split. The glove, I actually don't remember what Jennings looks like because, sorry, you're right, I was misremembering Jennings. A-Rod's glove is better. I'm going to be honest, I actually just kind of ignore the LE10s because, yeah. Yeah, although I guess, yeah, there hasn't even been one on the market for a while. Yeah, so I think basically this is the glove you want except for Bancroft then, but the problem is Bancroft's glove is just so good. So I think that's probably what you're looking at. I think this also, just kills off a card like Willie Wells, because this is basically just Willie Wells, but much, much better. Like power creep kind of gets to it. So yeah, I think this is, I think A-Rod, there's a little bit of a discussion of how you use him between third and short, but one thing that's clear is this is kind of one of these S+ tier cards. This is a card that, will be kind of a chase card for everybody for a mission until you get him, and will be a mainstay somewhere in your, in your build for quite a long time. The fact that he plays both third and short is also really valuable because it's often hard to find really high-end cards that play multiple positions. So it might be that actually this is the kind of card that sneaks on to even like close to an endgame roster, where even if power creep comes in and there are better third basemen and there are better shortstops, there might be kind of none of them that will play both short and third. Like if you think about who else is going to play both short and third, I mean, you're probably looking at, say, maybe there's a Pete Cal that ends up being better, but the Cal we had for the PTCS was really awful. So it might be that shape just doesn't work this year. If so, I'm not sure how many other really big like shortstop plus third options there are going to be. Maybe we get a Peak Schmidt that plays short, but that would be a little weird if it's the Peak. I don't know. Yeah, so Laertes pointing out that in tournaments maybe you play A-Rod over Bancroft. I think that's reasonable. I think Bancroft is more of a like kind of league card the way you want to build it. I think that's probably right. Okay, so that's most of what we've got. I do think we should probably take a quick look at the PTCS cards that just came out. I forgot to put them on here, but let's get some room, and we'll take a quick look at the PTCS cards. So, all right, let's see. Jesse Burkett here. All right. So Jesse Burkett, what do we got here? we got a one position left fielder. So you got 101 BABIP against righties and 93 versus lefties. You've also got a lot of eye. So if they have any kind of dead ball era like low gold, then this is immediately a card that becomes just absolutely like a top tier, must have card for that sort of format. Currently, there's not. So currently, if we look at what low golds are out there, actually, is there currently no low gold tournament? I'm trying to remember. I think there actually currently just may not be a low gold. Is that right? All right, I can check that. So in an open gold format, you're a little bit less interested in him, partly just because of all of the lefties again. But let's just see, I'm just trying to remember, is there a low gold? No, it looks like currently there is no low gold. So if you have to use this card in like some kind of open gold instead, let me refresh the... Yeah, if you have to use this card in some kind of open gold instead, then I think he immediately becomes less interesting because he is splitty. It's a little bit like the Earl Averill that we had, where it was kind of a nice PTCS reward in terms of the quality of the card, but he really doesn't fit the meta. And so I got one. I was kind of excited to end up getting one, and then I think I've just almost never ended up actually managing to find an excuse to use the card, which feels kind of funny, but that's just sort of the way it ended up. And I think maybe the same is true here. That maybe just if you're forced to use him in full gold, well, first off, in full gold he's behind, he just then ends up behind a lot of left fielders. So for example, we talked about a couple of them this time around, like Jason Dominguez, but there's also the Trout that we saw last time. So if you see him as more a left fielder than a center fielder with that range, you'd rather run this card than Burkett just in general. So I don't think this is actually going to be a key card for anything. I think if there were a specific low gold format, then he'd be a little bit more interesting. But without a low gold format, he's probably completely unplayable. So maybe we don't quite want to give him an F, because if low gold comes around, then that helps a little bit. Maybe it's more like a D, but I really don't see quite where we're going to end up finding a good spot to play him. I just don't see how that's going to fit. So, all right, why don't we go on? Let's give him a D. How about Schoolboy Rowe? So, this is one where we've had a few different versions. I think we had a couple really high-end versions of this as well, maybe. Maybe it was 2 cycles ago even. So he's 88. He's a righty with funny splits. So he's got a big reverse split for the home run prevention, a little bit of reverse split for the pitcher BABIP and the stuff, but then he's got a big, typical split for control. So that's kind of a funny card to, to think about how to use. I think the main problem here is that with that 70 pitcher BABIP, it's really hard to figure out how that's ever going to end up in the meta. There just aren't a whole lot of cards with, with that low of a pitcher BABIP that have successfully been in the meta. The home run prevention makes it close. So it's not quite as bad. I mean, the card that this almost reminds me of, was this Harry Eisenstadt. Okay, so the pitcher BABIP's not as low as all this. Obviously the control, but then the control is also not as good. And so it's probably gonna, it's not gonna be quite that bad, but I don't see how you're gonna get a card with this low pitcher BABIP to be particularly viable, especially because it's such a low stuff card that he's not going to strike people out, which means there are going to be a lot of balls in play with that lower pitcher BABIP. We're also sort of down to 72 on stamina here, which is going to be another little bit of an issue with the card, but I don't think we get that far, because just in gold this doesn't end up being one of the top 15 or so. Well, okay, hold on. So you do have 95 control. All right, let me run it and check. Because what I'm realizing is there are a couple cards with sort of low pitcher BABIP that end up close. So maybe the comparison for what would it take to end up close with low pitcher BABIP in gold is this Bobby Matthews, where you've got 67 pitcher BABIP. Now you have more control here and a lot more stamina. But Bobby Matthews is at least, kind of in the, in the ballpark for being usable. And if we try to compare Schoolboy Rowe against Bobby Matthews, so what Rowe is going to give us compared with Matthews is you're getting like 40 points of homer prevention, couple points of control maybe. You're giving up like almost 50 points of stuff though, and then these 3 points of pitcher BABIP. And looking at kind of gold batters, because the pitcher BABIP is low, that stuff is actually pretty important. So I end up with Matthews being, a few notches ahead of where Schoolboy is. Okay, so yeah, so I get Rowe probably grading out somewhere around 12th, it looks like, among gold starters. So you're kind of really never going to want to run him as a starter, but also you can't run that card out of the pen. Kind of for the same reasons. Like you're not really getting that much of a stuff boost or anything by trying to convert him to the pen. Yeah, so I think this card just doesn't really have any place to play, does it? Like it's a little bit too low to be able to, come close to starting. You can't run him out of the pen. And if you start to run him in an earlier era, then the stuff doesn't hurt him as much, but now the pitcher BABIP starts to hurt him. And yeah, so maybe that doesn't quite work either. What are his pitches? So here he's got 5 pitches. So if you try to run him out of the pen, he's just going to throw this fastball changeup, which is nice, but you're not going to get a huge stuff boost because none of these pitches really is a great pitch. Yeah. So maybe, yeah, I feel like there's probably some early era format we can create where this becomes a more interesting card. Because it hides the stamina problem and it hides the stuff. So maybe if you make a dead ball era thing, maybe he plays, but I'm having trouble seeing exactly where. I think this probably just ends up being an F. I think this is just a card you're not gonna want. It looks like it's close to being a card that we'd want, but I just can't figure out a scenario where it ends up working. Yeah, I think that one just isn't quite going to play then. All right, now we got King Kelly. So we're at 1888. All right, so we've got, wow, I'm not even quite sure what to say about this one. So we've got a low diamond catcher who doesn't catch, 57 catcher ability. So we can't use him as a catcher. Right field, I don't actually have his range information or anything like that. But it almost doesn't matter because the bat's not anywhere close to enough to think about putting him in right. So what you've basically got is a catcher with a bit of a bat and some speed. Like, the speed is nice, but you've basically got a catcher who doesn't hit a ton but completely doesn't catch. And you can't stick him elsewhere. Like, we had a really good King Kelly last year because he had a good enough bat that you didn't mind sticking him in the outfield occasionally. It was a nice advantage. But this one just isn't going to hit. Yeah, so I think this is actually yeah, I actually don't, I just don't understand the card. I don't understand I don't understand what's going to make this card like look like something we want. Yeah, so is there something I'm just missing here? Okay. All right. I think this is one of the F minus ones. Like, I just don't understand what the card's doing. How about Jerry Royce? Let's move on. Maybe someone in chat, feel free if there's something I'm missing on this card. Like, one of the reasons I like having a co-host is that sometimes I'm just missing the point of something, and it's nice to hear, but I really don't get this one. Yeah. All right. 1980 Jerry Royce. So here we go. We've got a lefty. So this is actually a little different than last time. Last time we had a Royce that basically had the reverse splits. This one has more normal splits for a lefty, except in the control where there still are some reverse splits. Extreme ground ball guy. So this guy has a 95 pitcher BABIP. And that's really valuable because you can see he's a control guy. So he's a homer, preventing, control, kind of shape. So that is going to make him a lot more interesting. I still don't have him quite as good as some of the cards we looked at earlier on the stream. Like the Grayson Rodriguez or the Andrew Painter are probably a little bit ahead of him. Actually, what he reminds me a lot of, this is an almost identical shape to limited edition Mark Buehrle. There's a little bit of a difference in that Buehrle has kind of the traditional splits the whole way, but it's actually a pretty similar shape, and I think they're going to grade out really similarly. I have Buehrle just a hair ahead of Royce, but like almost identical. And so Buehrle right now, I think some of the recent releases have probably pushed him out of your top 5 for your starting rotation in Diamond. But then when you go back to early eras, Buehrle then becomes better again when you compare him against a card like Mike Scott or some of the future legends. Like a Bobby Miller would do poorly in an early era as well, for example. So I think Royce is essentially, it's almost another copy of Mark Buehrle. And certainly Buehrle on release was an absolute S tier card. I think, releasing that now where it's not quite a top 5 starter, I don't think you're super excited about it because he's not someone that you want to start in Modern. But at the same time, there are enough different early era formats that Buehrle, like for example, if you had to pick one of Buehrle and Mike Scott, even though Scott's a little bit better in Modern still, I think you'd rather have Buehrle than Scott. Um, and I think the same is true with Royce. So I think if you were going to, release like a PTCS copy of Scott or a PTCS copy of Burley, this is the more valuable way to go. I don't think he's going to be that highly graded simply because he kind of isn't in your starting rotation in Diamond on release. But I think probably just for the historical viability, this probably still is about a C tier card. Like this, this is something that you're okay with. Yeah, so I think it could be an interesting card. All right, two more. All right, Wade Boggs. So we've got essentially now yet another, splitty left-handed third base option. So that means the cards that we're comparing this with are actually a lot of the ones that we've been looking at earlier on stream. So, for example, there's the Gunnar Henderson that we looked at that was splitty. We looked at Elly De La Cruz. Again, switch hitter, but turns out to have similar splits. Now, of these, Boggs is probably going to be the weaker one defensively. So this 102 at third base looks good, but it's a funny shape. Like he's getting a lot of mileage out of the like the infield arm here. Like Gunnar's at 91. Boggs is also a 91 infield arm. So there's actually not nearly as big of a gap between the two, I think, as this position rating, might make it seem. Is it better than last year's Build a Lineup Boggs? It might be better than last year's Build a Lineup Boggs. I guess it's released a little bit later in the cycle as well. Yeah, so I think probably Gunnar's going to be a little bit better than this. I also have Elly De La Cruz a little bit better than this. I certainly have Eddie Matthews still significantly better than this. All for the left-handed options. And here I think it's definitely fair to put Eddie Matthews in there because there are going to be 10 copies of Boggs and 25 of Matthews. Yeah, that's true. But the Boggs, that's a fair point. Boggs may not have been the best third baseman from that set last year. So yeah, this is a better Boggs. But the thing I don't understand again is the timing. Because in addition then, after announcing this Boggs, we released a Ryan Sandberg, which is a better third baseman than this. And then we released Alex Rodriguez, which is a better third baseman than Ryan Sandberg. And the problem is that I think just completely kills the card. You've kind of gone from, a card which, maybe was sort of interesting. So actually, I guess maybe this ends up a little bit ahead of Elly with the defensive value. It depends a little bit on kind of what your league model is. So I'm looking at a couple different models, and it could end up in either order. But I think either way, you're going to end up probably, behind Gunnar and well behind Eddie Matthews. But then you're also behind Sandberg and you're behind A-Rod. So I think that makes this just completely unusable. Yeah, so we were discussing A-Rod a little bit earlier, that I think A-Rod probably works a little better at third than short. But the other problem is, that this Boggs, you're kind of making a high-end card for people that are winning the PCCS to get it, and therefore have a lot of these high-end cards. In order to be able to play, Boggs at third, you have to not have a lot of the cards that you probably needed to buy in order to win a Boggs. Sorry, I rocked this. Oh, well, the better shortstop for right now, I think, is Bancroft. I think in the league you want to run Bancroft at short and you want to run A-Rod at third. In tournaments, maybe it makes sense to run A-Rod at short for offense. But, you know, when you're doing that, okay, then I'd rather run Eddie Matthews. Then I'd rather run, you know, I'd rather run Eddie Matthews. I'd rather run Gunnar Henderson. I'd rather just run Sandberg anyway, both ways, because, you know, one of the problems is you really don't like one position platoon players. At least if you're going to have a one position platoon player, this is the correct side. But, you know, you still don't love one position platoon players because it kind of makes it tough to build things. So, yeah, I think this is tough because, again, like even a week ago when it was announced, this probably would have been like a C tier card, you know. There are a couple better options, but, you know, maybe you don't have an Eddie Matthews, and, you know, maybe you haven't, you know, actually decided to get a Gunnar Henderson, or, you know, you feel like you have to run the card both ways, and like as splitty as Boggs is, Gunnar's even splittier, so you have to go the other way. But now, in the time since they've announced this card, they've released either 2 or 3 better cards, just pure better cards, depending on, you know, where you have Boggs compared with Elly De La Cruz. And I think that just completely kills it. I mean, now it's just unplayable. So yeah, I think that doesn't work. All right, and finally we got one last one. We've got our Ichiro. So this is what you get if you win, you know, one of the PTCS tournaments, right? And what is this? This is Seattle 2004. Okay, so this is kind of a weird card to evaluate. You know, certainly this is one where there's not enough data to really be able to figure out what's going on, in part because there are some ratings here that are going to work a little bit differently than they did last year. Yeah, I think you're right. So you probably could create a park where Boggs ends up a little better than Gunnar. The problem is that when you create the park where Boggs is better than Gunnar, then some other things are going to jump ahead. Like Sandberg might be even better in that park. Maybe Elly's better in that park if you have, you know, more gap or something like that. Plus A-Rod, of course. Okay, so with Ichiro, you know, you get 106 range, so you really want to run him in center if you can. Otherwise, he's going to be a great right fielder. Defensively, this is an incredible card. The 122 base running should be great. The real problem is the bat. You know, like with all of these defensive cards, you have to find a way to be able to get the bat to work. You know, if the bat doesn't work, then you're sort of not able to run it. Like, so why does Bancroft work? You know, we've talked a lot about Bancroft. Why am I so willing to run Bancroft when, you know, when the bat is kind of a zero? Okay. Well, the reason is that Bancroft still has 99i. And that's enough that you see that what's happening is that actually Bancroft is still getting on base for me. He's not hitting for any power. He's not even getting necessarily a ton of hits, but he's getting on base enough that, you know, I can sort of let his glove do most of the work. Okay, the problem with Ichiro is his eye is not going to get him on base at all. He's going to have to get on base with hits, and it's going to be mostly singles, right? There's not a lot of eye, there's not a lot of power, there's some gap power, but actually this is not a lot of gap power for kind of a high-end card. So, you know, you're really looking at a card that kind of has to get its value out of a lot of singles, and that is certainly historically accurate for Ichiro. Like, it's a fun card in that way. You're going to get a lot of bunt singles. You're going to get to play with those kinds of sliders. The base running is going to be great. But the question is, are there enough singles to actually make up for all of the other flaws in this bat? And we're in a bit uncharted territory, because last year, at least as a presentation thing, this contact rating, which is sort of a composite, maxed out at 125. We've never seen a contact rating of 142. So, there's a certain amount of guessing as to what it means. I think with the model I've got a pretty good idea of what it means, because it is a composite rating, and the other pieces of the rating that they're showing us are things that we've all seen before. So assuming that model works, I think this card just doesn't. That essentially the key flaw with this card isn't actually with the card. The card is a fun card and a neat design and like the sort of thing that should have been a lot of fun this year. The problem is the pitcher BABIP setup. That, the game is kind of a competition between what pitchers do and what hitters do, right? And so, for example, what is I? If you have a player with really high I, what do you have to do to, to kind of stop him from walking? What you have to do is you have to run a pitcher with really high control. That's how you stop him from walking. Okay? If you have a pitcher with, if you have a player with really high power, you run a pitcher with really high home run prevention. That's kind of the idea, right? So similarly, what do you do in order to
again?
What do you do in order to stop a player from hitting a lot of singles? What you do is you run a lot of pitcher BABIP. But the problem is that pitcher BABIP's contribution to overall ratings is much cheaper than those other things. So finding a pitcher who can stop Ichiro from hitting singles is a lot easier to do. There are a lot of pitchers that just sort of have the extra pitcher BABIP thrown in almost for free, and it hasn't cost them so much in terms of power creep. And so my sense is that in order for this really to be like the kind of S-tier card that I think it was intended to be, as good as that, BABIP is, I really think it probably needs almost another 30 or 40 points. Like, that's almost what it needs in order for this to be like a top outfielder. So the model I've got, I have this card, for example, behind Mickey Mantle in value, at least in right. In center, of course, there's this Ken Griffey Jr., which it's got to compete with. So for cards that have everything, this has to be a right fielder. And if you put this up against Griffey, well, Griffey's also excellent defensively, so then it's not even close, because then Griffey's bat is just much, much better than Ichiro's. So I think the problem is kind of the card that's been released here, it's not quite clear how to play. This is certainly not nearly as good as like the 25 copy LE that you can run in center, but there's a decent chance that it's not going to end up being as good as the Mickey Mantle that sort of everybody has in a corner either. And if that's the case, then I just don't see how it's going to play. And I don't think that's because of the card. I think the idea of trying to run a card like this is great, and it's a fun shape. It really is a representative shape. I mean, that's what Ichiro was. He was this incredible singles machine that just would find creative ways to like turn pitches into base hits. But I don't think this is. I think this card is, probably something you could work out a park to try to play, but you'd sort of have to work out a park around it. And this is really not like a top tier reward that you're going to want for a PTCS. Like I think this is, these are the things that really should be S tier cards. I think this is probably like a B or C or somewhere in there. Like probably even closer to a C. I think the card from this set that I'm most likely to end up playing in a tournament format somewhere is probably Jerry Royce. Like if I were to have won all 6 of these, I think it's probably Royce. And it's a little disappointing in terms of like now how do I want to build for PTCS and how much do I want to invest when these aren't the rewards I'm going for. I think I'm still going to try to win. You always want to win things. I still want the PTMS qualifying points, but if that's the main prize, and I think I'm probably in a position already with my team where I've qualified for PTMS, then it's a little disappointing that I'm not kind of able to go after something really exciting. But we'll see. Maybe the next game engine rebalance will make Ichiro more viable or something like that. But yeah, anyway, I think those are mostly the cards for this week. As promised, nice short stream. I do think everyone's probably managed to get their drops. And I think DishNet's now, just kind of got things started, so maybe we can raid in there. I will also say one thing about this Ichiro is if it turns out they do create a dead ball thing, and several of these PTCS cards look like they would be really strong in a dead ball format. The Jesse Burkett, I think, would be really strong. The Schoolboy Rowe might be a little bit stronger. Royce would be great. Boggs would actually... That dead ball format's probably the format where Boggs does become better than Matthews and so forth. And this Ichiro, this would be the absolute S+ tier dead ball card. So I think at a minimum I would really like to see some kind of big dead ball format where there are a bunch of sudden, like maybe that would be that would be fun. So if the next, big tournament update is to like add a bunch of dead ball stuff, then I think these PTCS rewards would become more interesting. Or especially because I think a lot of people think about, maybe the others as tournament cards, but maybe the high-end prize is a league card. If it turns out that maybe we discover that you have an ability to do something in the league where there are some leagues that actually have dead ball settings or something like that. Actually that would be kind of fun if league play, instead of always being modern or 2010 or 2019 or whatever, however you want to say it, if the league changed era occasionally, that could be fun. And if we have a dead ball era thing, then these are really strong cards. Anyway, that's maybe a good point to wrap up. Hopefully Zadafo will be back next week. I guess we were a little bit quicker without a co-host, but maybe a little bit. It's a lot more fun with a co-host for sure. But either way, it's a lot of fun having everyone in chat. So thanks a lot, and we will see you next week. I'm going to raid over to the official channel, where you can pick up some more drops. And thanks everyone. See you all next week.